Hang on a second. What happened to my notebook? Here it is. Okay, so yeah, how am I supposed to stop this thing from showing up over here? I forgot how. I actually wrote it down in a OneNote thing because I couldn't figure it out the last time either. Oh, there's this pin, unpin note. Yeah, there we go. But now how do I get that back? Hang on, let me check something. Yeah, I don't know. Couldn't figure this out last time either. Oh, you just, oh, okay, that's, got it. All right, good. Now there's more space to view things here. Although, do I really care about that? So need to keep a TCP connection open with everything else. So have an API. This is not entirely true. And this is the stuff that I'm going to end up modifying here. Okay. All right, great. So yeah, let me get back to this. So need to keep a TCP connection open to all the other endpoints to monitor their health. This is not entirely true. I'll say all of the significant endpoints, major endpoints, i.e. not game servers. Wait, Wheatley, do you really not have a quote? Huh, interesting. I'll consider it. How was spring break, Ben? Okay, need to have an API that'll add, fetch, check on game servers. So needs to expose a REST API to other endpoints for adding slash checking slash fetching game servers. Everyone is the only person. The master and slave setup with this with an election system. So this is master slash, well, I'll say primary slash secondary setup, i.e. master slash live backup. Alright, everything needs to be synced between the primary and failover. So everything needs to be synced between primary and failover. This can be done with a socket open between the two, where when the primary receives data, it spews it over the socket to the secondary. I'm actually going to make a totally different note for this. I'm going to make this just called like primary slash failover system. Hey Captain, if I want to make a recipe app for iPhone and Android, what coding language is best to learn? So I would normally say, like, for iPhone, learn Objective-C, for Android, learn Java, but I think there are now packaging means for both of those so that you can just write a web app and have it be published to both of those things. So maybe JavaScript is the best language to learn there. But if you want to find out more, you'd have to look into services like PhoneGap and I think Cordova and Electron. So look into those sorts of things and then make sure that learning JavaScript is not a waste of time for that. So I'm going to write this up here. Primary, secondary setup. See the other one note about this. Okay, so yeah, we're going to describe this here. So this note describes how a primary slash secondary system would work. It is essentially a master and a live backup. Well, actually. Okay, so one, everything needs to be synced between the primary and the failover. This can be done with a socket open. Good. Two is that if the primary fails, the secondary should take over. This can be done by, what is it, elastic IPs? I should keep track of where I left off in this doc, so let's just put XXX there. Grion says, love the DevOps stuff. Now you're in my line of work. Well, hey, and welcome to the stream. I don't think I've seen you here before. You've spent 4 hours in chat. Is this the first thing you've typed? Well, either way, welcome. Also, what am I missing here? Is Rug sharing more pictures? Rugwiki.png. Rug, did you already have an account? How'd you even do this? I can't expand this image. Blob. What? Okay, I don't know what's going on here. Blob URLs. It's weird. Inspect element? Okay, good. I don't mind if you make an account, by the way. If he spent 4 hours in chat, he's probably only seen DevOps and thinks this is a blast. Wait, this is the actual coding part. Okay, so what was I even searching for in here? Web client? No, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to... elastic IPs, I believe. Is that even what they're called? They're not. Let's just search for VPC. I wrote this somewhere in here. This? It's need to kill the VPC and then relaunch everything. No, not that. Oh, fluid IPs. That's what they're called. This can be done by using fluid IPs in AWS. I can use an API to tell the VPC that 10.0.0.1 points to the master. The correct VM as the master. This gets updated in what? Yeah, this gets updated within a few seconds. Grant says, been watching for a while, just stream from phone to Chromecast and no chatting. I see. Okay. It's elastic IPs? Okay, so it is elastic IPs. This is going to tear everyone apart. This puzzle. I just find this endlessly funny. Everyone's got a regular Da Vinci Code on his hands right now. Oh boy. Okay, so yeah, if this fails, the secondary should take over. So the actual mechanism for this is using elastic IPs, and then if the old primary comes back online, it should be told about all of the state of the application. Anything in memory can be piped over the socket, and anything on disk should probably be versioned in such a way that we only need to rsync it if something changed. Oh, I don't know how long that would take. It's It's my serial number. I go sign up for something that needs my signature, and they say, yeah, just sign here. Just spew out a bunch of binary. Everything needs to be synced between the primary and failover. The primary fails, it'll lose sync with the failover, which becomes a new primary. Good, good, good. Or I could use RDS, another RDS for the in-memory state. Yeah. So, no, in-memory state could be, this note is generic and will be referred to by other notes in this design. I'll just do Route 53 health checks or some DNS swap magic. Yeah. I will know, so I don't need to do, excuse me, I think my health check will just be a socket open between the two of these systems. But yeah, as far as the actual failover, I think using the elastic IP is a good idea. If you're using Oregon, you can use elastic file system instead of rsync magic. No, that's good, Gran. You should keep suggesting things. That's totally fine. And I will be using. Wait, why is Oregon special in some way? That the U.S. West. What is it called? A zone or something? The U.S. West region has this, and other ones don't. But actually, that's a good thing to know. No in-memory state could be stored in a database, e.g. RDS, as well. And also note, I could use the elastic file system instead of performing rsync magic. Classic says coder riot. I will be coding today. Don't you worry, Classic. EFS is only available in Oregon. Oh, wow. Okay, so this is only available in the Oregon region. All right, cool. So everything needs to be synced. When this is brought back online, good. I can use EC. Okay, great. So if I'm worried about this, I can use EBS for volumes and reuse those. Sounds good. Is it possible for you to figure out? No, I don't think it's possible. I mean, imagine if I said I have some super strong encryption, and I wrote a note that said like A B F E L K Z Y. So first of all, you don't know what this is supposed to represent. Is it GPS coordinates? Is it a name? And you don't have enough ciphertext such that you can figure out what this represents. So for example, let's say I had a very basic, what's it called? Like a legend basically. So A really corresponds to M, and B really corresponds to D, and C really corresponds to A, so that I can write my name by typing CBCA equals Adam. If I give you enough text that uses this legend, you should be able to probably figure it out. But if I gave you just the letter CBCA, this could represent anything. So, yeah. Okay, cool, Gran. Thank you. So, yeah, I don't think it's worth trying to spend any time figuring it out. Because, like I said, I don't think you have enough to know how to figure it out. But then Void Dreamer is going to come in and be like, here's what it is, here's how I know it. Just break through everything that I do. Busy with some bees. I haven't seen that movie, but I have seen that scene in that movie. What was that, Wicker Man? So if I'm worried about this, it shouldn't be a problem though. Okay, so one of the things to keep in mind is that it's critical to keep this alive. This means that it should only be getting traffic from, yeah. So, because this is critical, because the overseer is critical to the operation of botland, it should only be exposed to internal sources. There should be no user traffic being routed here. Okay, cool. The one external traffic source that this would connect to might be NPM. there's one possible exception, and that's external traffic or outbound traffic for npm or maybe git. And what did I write there? Okay. To avoid this as much as possible, we can use Xtopia as an internal npm mirror. Alright, and I will put a link to that. That was bad. Where's copy link? There. And thank you, by the way. Your to-do list reminded me that I need to do that in progress of coding, plus the docs. Well, yeah, and I highly suggest that whatever you use for your to-do list, you're using just one program. The reason I was using Google Docs is because I was sharing it with someone, and I didn't want to share an entire notebook. It's probably possible in OneNote to just share a single note, but I didn't feel like figuring that out. Copy paste was easier than learning that. Okay, so this excuse me. Now I wrote something in here already. Code JavaScript, what was it called? I don't remember. Overseer. And I believe in package JSON here I use JSON over TCP. So this would just be raw TCP sockets, and perhaps a small Node.js library like JSON over TCP. To what is that? Oh, that wasn't blue because I didn't copy paste the right thing. Let's try this out. This, right? Turn, I think. I'll link to the npm version. There we go. But that's still not, did that work? Yeah, it worked. If you want to be able to send semantic messages, I don't know if that's going to even make any sense. Okay. Let's see what else. This is preferable to socket.io because it is lighter weight. Okay, just use raw TCP. Yep, cool. So how do the two overseers find each other? They use VPCs. So yeah. On AWS, I can use a VPC to assign IP addresses. That way the two endpoints can find each other simply by searching the host that they're not. E.g., if I assign overseers to 10.0.0.1 and 10.0.0.2, then the primary, then when both start up, the primary knows it's the primary because it is the first IP address. Hey, noob for lunch. Alright, so how do the overseers get connected to each endpoint? Oh yeah. So I think I'm gonna make my own section for this. So administrator interaction. This is something that essentially only 1 to 2 people in the world would have access to, e.g. me. Wait, everyone, well, never mind. I'll whisper you this. but whatever. I'm sure you already know that. Okay, so this, yeah, I wanted to make my own section for this. So let's say TCP, let's say health monitoring. So this, you need to keep a TCP connection open to all other major endpoints. This would just be raw TCP sockets. And also, I'll say other endpoints are in charge. Well, I'll just say TCP connection. Other endpoints are responsible for reaching out to the overseer, not vice versa. This is because the overseer has a predictable IP 10.0.0.1. Jason's an egg. Reference not found. I don't know what that is, Rug. Okay, cool. So overseer is pretty much finished. So we worked our way through what? 3 pages of this so far? So that makes us 12.5% complete. Not bad. Overseer client. Now let's write that down. This is going to get a lot denser toward the end, by the way. Element animation. Not helping. So responsibilities. Keep track of which role the current machine is, REST versus game server versus matchmaking service. Keep track of the current version. Upload CPU memory SSH status to overseer. Set up the initial Docker container, including ports, etc. This needs to run inside PM2. So this should always be running on the machine, which means using something like PM2 or forever. Should be very lightweight. This should also be a very lightweight application. The memory usage shouldn't exceed like 100 to 200 MB. Okay, cool. So web client. Let's talk about this in here. I think I just copy paste this and not worry about anything else. Did that paste weirdly? Yeah, that did. Okay, I could serve this from S3 or CloudFront. Both are storage solutions on AWS that have replication across the world. Big difference is CloudFront stores in RAM, so maybe about 50 milliseconds faster. Other notes, S3 is the storage for CloudFront. Probably just the persistent storage, I should say, since it sounds like RAM is the storage for CloudFront. It may be a good idea to put the client on S3 and the assets on CloudFront. Assets include code in this case. Include code, images, sounds. Maybe good to, I'll just say audio there. Maybe good to start with S3 and then switch over. It sounds like S3 is cheaper overall. Yeah, cool. Oh, see you, Walter. Okay, load balancer. This is something I'm pretty much just not going to be doing myself. But I'll still include these notes here. And I guess I'll link to this document at some point. This is mostly just a directory note, although there are some general comments here too. So one is the original document from where this text came is on Google Docs. So the load balancer, I don't think I'm going to be coding this myself. We'll say this here anyway. Load balancer, note, I have decided at first to just use AWS's ELB, but I'm keeping this note for archiving purposes. Let's just paste that in. It screwed up the formatting of this stuff, so I'll just fix that briefly. What else? If I use ELB, other notes, yeah, good. Okay, that's it, because I don't need to do that myself. Next up, matchmaker. Also, is the matchmaker make me a match song? Is that from, I'll say it after I look it up. Yeah, Fiddler on the Roof. Okay, that's what I thought. It would have sounded really stupid if it wasn't from that, though, and it turned out to be from, like, Greece or something. Matchmaking service. paste this in here. So I should probably sync. All right, and that's everything that's been written for that now. Hey, Hardline. Okay, put in the database now. So the interesting part of me filing these notes, at least for me, is going to be when I get to the end of this and then I verify, did I file everything that I need to file? So I'll say, note, I've decided to go with RDS for this. However, I am leaving this note around for archiving. So that's just everything in here. Let's put that there. Get rid of that and that and that and that. Yeah. Hey, Voginar. I also heard rumors he may code this week. He's going to code this week. It's going to happen. Just hold your horses. Keep them in their stables. So then the game server, we're going to write this down. Responsibilities. Holy cow, there's a whole lot of stuff here. What? Wow, I wrote a lot. Kappa equals he won't. It's cold-blooded. Cold-blooded. Okay, so other than Google Docs just randomly removing new lines from here, this isn't so bad. Yeah, this is all like sub-contents of this thing. How will I determine a game server has gone offline? Yeah, I've answered all of these questions. I need to just keep it somewhere though. The overseer. And a mechanism for health checks. Okay, what happens if the game server goes down? So best case and worst case. This is poor formatting. Yeah, Hardline, how's that been going for you? The tutorials in Game Maker? And also, what is this rug? Made a small animation today. That's Tails. Miles Tails Prower. I meant that to sound like an ironic, like, oh, he knows the name of Tails, but I just sounded nerdier than I wanted to. So the rest and account server, that's already kind of decided. rest/account server. Interacts with database, and this is one of the very few user visible endpoints in the cloud. I think there's a memory leak in chat. Okay, then this is another thing I probably won't be doing. Maybe I'll put down what's here for archiving purposes. Yeah. Let's put an archive note. Archive. Not coding these myself. So that would turn into all three of these notes. The last one being the WebSocket server / orchestrator. All right, we copy paste all this stuff in. Cool. And then very quickly format this note if it's even worthwhile to do that. The reason HA proxy, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Okay, I think that's everything. Then the question thing just needs to go down here. Cool. So we're like halfway through this doc almost. Deploys, I don't know if there's anything here exactly that I want to use. Oh, maybe there is. Overseer client could exist at PM2 metrics. Yeah, this stuff actually is important. we'll get there. Deploying. Let's put this up here. So in deploying, we already know what our endpoints are. I'm going to write down some of the notes here. What happened to my... Okay. So the overseer will host Git. I actually... We have a lot of traffic when the overseer is saying the hell there. Yeah. So to check the health of game servers, each game server, or perhaps the overseer client in front of the game server, will have an API that will let me see if everything's okay. I shouldn't worry about querying this API, as this traffic should happen very quickly, even if there's a lot of it. Have a bare repo on both. Could do an rsync, or I can git trigger. Could also just pull from Bitbucket and have my own servers replicate it. Yeah, and I guess that belongs on the overseer. Huh. Test animation 2. Yeah, I think making it faster was good, Rug. And it sounds like Noob for Lunch has a better eye for this stuff than I do, so I think Noob for Lunch should chime in here. So how do deploys work? What am I deploying exactly? I could deploy an AMI with Git and Node.js. Where did the Docker image come from? Private Docker registry. I'm still debating, do I even need to... Am I even going to be using Docker? I think an AMI at first would suffice. So... Yeah, that's actually been written out already. Just needs Git on it. Then Git should be able to pull the newest overseer client. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out if it's even worth writing this stuff down. What did Rug say? When I compiled the photos to MP4, the software only let me go to 0.1 second for each frame. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't know if this is worth noting. Then let me look at the rest of this. Overseer client could exist. It would have PM2, metrics logging, manages port forwarding service. Zero MySQL server. Okay, Docker cheat sheet. I should probably put this into my Docker note. Docker basics. Docker cheat sheet. If I want to use Docker's registry on premises, I would pay a lot of money. There's, yeah, I don't think this is really necessary there. So now we're finally into the churn on this document, and some of these things can be ignored, like the regular game plan and the investigation stuff. So come up with a final game plan. How much can I do and test on my own machine? Yeah, those are the coding issues I've got to figure out here when I start to get back to this. So let's go back here, and in code design, I want to say just general things to keep in mind with anything I code. So one is how much of this thing right here. How much of this can I do or test on my own machines? One key benefit of this is I can show everything on stream. No strong passwords needed. No IP addresses too obscure. Yeah. Make sure I've looked over everything. Code design, pusher questions. Yeah, I think I can put this into a questions sheet. Pusher. Oh man, there we go. So these are my questions about Pusher. I don't know if there's anything else I need, but I kind of want to get rid of the other things here. If I choose AWS, how much will it cost? Okay, so investigations, we ignore this, and now we're down to page 15. We're getting closer to finishing with this stuff. Okay, overseer client. This is something I need to write here. Overseer client. This should provide a REST API for /health for overseer to hit every 15 seconds. I don't necessarily need, yeah. So when I said here, I'll say mission critical. For non-mission critical endpoints, I can simply query the overseer client's /health route. I'll say I can HTTP get the overseer client /health route every 15 seconds or so to determine the health. Alright, host private repo, replicate repo to secondary. So that should probably go here. We'll say preventing external bandwidth. Let me scroll down on this. Oh, I can't. This isn't like Sublime. In Sublime, if I have a document that only has one line of text, I can still. Wait. No, something like this. I can still scroll so that the bottommost line shows up on the top of the screen. That's not possible in OneNote apparently. So I'd have to put a bunch of like new lines at the end of the document so that you guys could read what I'm typing here. Okay, so preventing external bandwidth. Git is here, replicate repo to secondary. If secondary is already online, then I push to primary. Primary pushes to secondary. Secondary came back online. Yep, let's just take all of this here. Done. Host private Docker registry. So we can say that here too, Docker. Okay, then npm with Sinopia. Replicate, I only need to do this when I modify the contents. Yep, cool. Make sure that if primary goes down and the failover becomes new primary, then when primary comes back up, it syncs the entire state. I believe I wrote this down in here. Well, there's this. See the other OneNote about this. And that other OneNote is primary failover system, which kind of linked to these things. Is there a link button? Copy link to page. Oh, wow. I didn't know that. So see the other OneNote can just be a link. What happens when I click this? Let me take a look at the... Oh, it just links directly to it. Wow, that's pretty cool. Nice. Can you highlight Chrome and click Control-Shift-B? That's the bookmark manager, right? Yeah, it is. I'm surprised what you're curious about. By the way, this shows up every time I just make a new tab. It's got this site, the Stony Brook algorithm, which I don't know why that's in my bookmarks. I haven't ever gone to that thing. Just delete that. It's got some Toastmasters stuff, and it's got daily, which probably, let me check this. I think it just contains like webcomics and stuff. Yeah, it does. Yep, and I don't really use any of the daily stuff anymore. I don't read any of these. Sometimes I'll go to Jeremy K's Tumblr. That's something I'll do. And OpHog, I don't know why that's there either. So there, those are all of the bookmarks that I have. I just don't use these. Because, remove apps, please. I don't really ever use this. What I use is my homepage. My homepage has all the stuff that I click on a regular basis. So my email, my whatever else. Also, it has VG Music on here, which I never click. The forums I never go to here. The rest of this stuff is fine. And the light control stuff. So, yeah. So check to see if Git or Docker registry needs to be updated or synced. Okay, cool. On failure, modify floating VPC IP using an API. After modifying it so the secondary is now 10.0.1. Yeah, so that's important. Failover. This goes here. This is So I'm gonna have to write this here. After modifying in AWS, so the secondary is now 10.0.0.1, halt everything by telling Overseer not to send any requests since it won't work if the network adapter is changing. This is important so I don't think my checks are failing. As a result of this, anything I expect to happen after a certain amount of time should likely be coded so that I'm basing it on time rather. A request/response system. For example, I shouldn't expect game servers to contact the overseer every 30 seconds. Yeah. Hi, Prozam. Hi from CBox. What? What is CBox? Wheatley, this is your first comment, and I think on day one even of the stream, every time I opened a new tab, this stuff would just show up. Just spinning up and winding down game servers. Yeah, this is part of the overseer's job. We'll put this here in game server pool. Game server pool. So let's say here, let's just copy paste all this stuff. Keep track of a pool of available game servers and their versions. Keep track of the usage rate and be able to fully provision a game server. Be sure to split this up across availability zones. Okay, make an AMI that has this stuff. Yeah, so I'm gonna write AMI in here. The AMI that I create should have get, node, and get and node built in at the very least. Make a Docker image that also has this. If I were to also use Docker, I'd probably want Docker to have those programs as well. Everyone said, I just thought if you do a secondary IP instead of a primary on those instances as an alias to 10.0.0.1, you don't have to worry about that network outage on change. I don't think I understand this. So you can do primary IP as like 10.0.0.23. Then if it's the primary, add a secondary. Okay, I'll need to look this up later, I think. Also, is there any way I can paste this such that it doesn't copy so stupidly? Yeah, see, this is what I don't like. When I just copy the text, I get this timeout ban stuff. So I guess I have to copy it like this. Oh, it's right there. Never mind. It gets there no matter what. I don't like that. Well, let's delete all this and write it into here. Where are you lost? So, I don't know what mechanism allows IP aliasing. I guess like a host file almost, right? So is it AWS that's doing this? In Programmer D, that's not necessarily a OneNote issue. In OneNote, like if I were to paste that text and this thing happens, I could just hit Control T and it would turn it into plain text. The problem is better Twitch TV. I have everyone in chat here, and I want to be able to copy paste just the text, but timeout and ban, despite being icons, will get copy pasted too. AWS VPC handles it. It's traffic forming. Oh, okay. I should write that down here. So yeah, I kind of want to say like updating IP address in AWS. the primary fails, the secondary should take over. So I can say here is there are two ways to manage this. Well, there are at least two ways to manage this, but one is elastic IPs. So I can use AWS to tell the VPC halt everything. And then method number 2 would be IP aliasing, aka, well, IP aliasing. Oh, hey Radu, I haven't seen you in a while. What's been up? What's been up? Multiple private IP addresses. Let's take a look. In EC2 VPC, you can specify multiple private IP addresses for your instances. The number of network interfaces and private IP addresses that you can specify for an instance depends on the instance type. Oh, so that probably means that if I'm on a micro instance, I can only have one, or I can't have like 10, I should say. Wait, what? These only talk about like large and whatever else. Where's micro? Here. Oh, I can have 2, even on the smallest one. Neat. And IP addresses per interface is 2. Okay. So it can be useful to assign multiple private IP addresses to an instance in your VPC to do the following. Host multiple websites on a single server by using multiple SSL certificates on a single server and associating each with a specific IP address. Operate network appliances. Redirect internal traffic to a standby instance in case your instance fails by reassigning the... okay. So IP aliasing, aka multiple private IP addresses. Reference. So I can assign oh everyone, I know what confused me now about your message. I think. So you said you can do primary IP is like 10.0.23, and if it's primary, add a secondary of this. What you're talking about is not like primary endpoint and secondary endpoint, which is the failover, which is why this confused me so badly. You were talking about just in AWS for some given endpoint assign both a primary IP and a secondary IP. So it was just a terminology thing that had thrown me off because I thought, wait a second, why wouldn't when you said primary IP, I was interpreting this as the primary's IP. And I thought, why wouldn't this just be, yeah, okay, anyway, that makes a lot more sense now. So I appreciate that. And now I understand. Okay, so I can assign multiple IP addresses to the same instance, and it's 10.0.0.1. So you can do primaries like 23, and then if that's primary or secondary, yeah. For example, I can have the primary be assigned an IP of 10.0.0.23 and a second IP of 10.0.0.1. Yeah, so meaning both IPs will refer to the primary instance. Yaki says, hey Adam, I'm feeling it again. Giveaway, please. Yaki, before I do that, you should really read my today text. But then yes, let's run a giveaway. Let's run 2 giveaways. Okay, something's weird about that. I still think this is probably broken. Because it picks Destadom like way more than it probably should. What is even doing the giveaway? I think I wrote this code, right? Let me, oh, well, I have Voices of the Live Stream open here. Script, where did I even put giveaway in? Is it here? Give pre-beta access. No, it's not there. Follow, host, commands. Is there a giveaway command? I don't know where any of this is. Let's just do it this way. Phantom find stir slash snip giveaway start.js. Like command. Seriously? So get lucky person. Just get a random integer between 0 and the number of users in the channel. And then get... Wait. What is this line for? Oh no. This is never running a giveaway. This was only ever getting the 0th person. Oh, no wonder this is rigged. Oh, this has been rigged. Oh God. Okay. This is the worst. This is just the worst. You know, like months ago when I started this stream, it was rigged, but it was rigged because of another stupid mistake I made. Wow. All right, Yaki, you get some points for this. Wow. I can't believe how blind I've been to this. Lucky person. I might as well have just said this. Lucky person name equals Yaki SC. That giveaways totally aren't rigged, guys. All right, let's fix this. There, that's it. It should be fixed. I can't believe this. Girl artist says I'm out of here. Screw your channel. All right, let's try a giveaway now. We should see a name we've never seen before. Oh, we didn't. It just broke. That's not good. Did I crash my bot? Wait, did I crash it? What happened? This didn't even print anything. What? How do you... Okay, hang on. How do you print things out? I think it's print line. Did not find a lucky person after num attempts. He gets points even winning the rigged giveaway. Oh, whoops. Wait, yeah, what was that? Hang on. No, wait, maybe this wasn't broken. Never mind. I think I know what happened here. Users must be... Okay, let's do this. First of all, let's get rid of all of this stuff. And let's just say break after this. The lights didn't change? Man, is everything broken right now? How is this stuff working? Command did not have enough arguments. Wait, Yaki, you're not using my web client. The lights didn't change because you sent 2 spaces. You have 2 spaces before your name. You're sending this stuff, which when you split on space turns into this array. So you're just get rid of your extra space before your name, I guess. This is stupid. This is also I'm an idiot. So both of those things are correct. And now let's try to figure this out. Lucky person. $users lucky person index. What is this even equal to? Actually, let's just do $.say so that I can just have this print in the chat. So let's try this out. Wait, Yaki, how are you trying to control this through the web client or through your own thing? Did it, yeah, I don't know, weird. Anyway, there are 2 spaces being sent for some reason. I know, can't wait to see Botland live, especially at this rate. All right, let's try this out. What's going on here? Oh yeah, so that's the issue. It did need to be 0. This wasn't rigged. No, because take a look. Whoops, what is this? When I printed out the user, it's actually 2 elements apparently. No, Yaki, what? Huh? Huh? It sent you a link. Whisper Yaki SC, thanks for following. And then gave you a link. No. All right, I'll figure this out in a second. And so wait, let's just run this a bunch of times and see if this actually gives us random names. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna say print line here. We'll run this in for var I equals 0, I is less than 20, I plus plus. So let's put that there, and then this. Can this actually give us random names? That's what we're interested in right now. Yeah, I'm confused too. I don't understand this. All right, where does this even print? So take a look at this. Lucky people. These are all totally different names. I'm pretty sure this isn't rigged. But it is weird that it kept picking the same like couple of people the first time around, right? Let me run this again. Yeah, it's finding pretty much everybody in chat. Is Yaki even on this list? Why does... Also, how am I here? I shouldn't be able to be here. Oh, or maybe it's this that's cutting this out. Valid equals true. I don't like this. Let's Control Z all of this code. I should have saved it off before doing this. There. So here's what the code is that we used to have here. Next, in wherever giveaway takes place, we're gonna do this. Let's get rid of this right here. Actually, no. Let's take a page out of my book from what I said earlier. Save that off. So I'm gonna run this a whole bunch of times. We're gonna do this a bunch of times. Where I equals 0, I is less than 20. That needs to be a lowercase I. So we get the lucky person, and then else let's just print them out. Like, is there a bug in the caller function, basically? You know a website that gives C# lessons? I do not, or at least not for free, I don't. Let's try running this now. Aha! There is a bug. Kind of. No, it's just printing this twice, isn't it? Yeah, no, there's no bug. Well, let's get rid of this thing then. Try this again. Yeah, Yaki SC is always the second person, apparently. SC, it would have picked the same person both times here. I bet this is a seed problem. Wait, does that even make sense? Why would it pick different people the second time then? It'd be the same list each time. Alright, I should stop spamming chat, by the way. But I'm not going to do that, apparently. Add a sync lock? What do you mean? And what is a sync lock in this case? Okay, so you can see it is picking different people here. I don't know. Maybe it's not rigged. Maybe I was just... I don't know. I don't even know what's true anymore. Yeah, let's get rid of this. Let's just say it's not rigged. So now when I run a giveaway, it should actually... Yeah, okay, well that was a new person at least. And Yaki, it really didn't work for you? Let me give you a regular token. Alright, yeah, try that out. One of those should work. Whatever, I'm just gonna say that was fixed. We fixed it. Good job, Reddit. Hey folk. Yeah, so let's just get rid of this. I don't care. If someone changes my lights, then we're good. And if someone can't, then it's broken. So one of you better do something right now. Okay, I'm convinced now something must be broken. All right, let me try this myself. Can't trust anybody in here. I'm gonna press red. No, that definitely worked. What? No time left. Oh, why is everything so bad? Yeah, Yaki, I don't know. Are you using this client? Like, are you just clicking buttons in here, or are you trying to run a custom script? Because if you're trying to run a custom script, it's not going to work. Or, well, it could work. There's nothing stopping it from working. But let me know how you're actually interacting with this stuff. Because I'm getting traffic from you. I see it. I see you trying to do this. It's just sending an extra space for some reason. So, yeah, let me know. I'm going to get back to finishing up these notes really fast. I click on the link and I press every single button. Can you paste me? Here's what's probably happening. Can you paste me the link in a whisper? Actually, at this point, it doesn't matter. You can paste the link just directly in the chat, I think. Because I have a feeling I know what could be going wrong. It doesn't really make any sense, though. Capsule says, back when I tried it, when I joined the stream the first time last week, the lights didn't change color at that point either. Yeah, maybe there's a bug here. Maybe it's in how whispers are being sent. Yeah, there it is. That's the issue. This hasn't been working for anybody then. See that space there? Yeah, that's the issue. And sync lock code. Oh, this is. Oh, I see what you're saying. This is like the synchronized statement in Java. Oh, I don't. You only need this in languages that have multi-threading. Or I guess interleaving of code. And by the way, I think. Oh, okay. Try to trim the name. Yeah, but wait, why? Does that mean Twitch is sending it like that? Because I'm not formatting it that way. What happens when I try to give myself a token? Adam13531. Like, I can see it pasting in my console correctly, and then I just try whispering that exactly how you see it there. Let me try something. So if I go into Phantom Bot and I go into is it in systems? Wait, did I not go into systems? Oh god, I don't know how to type. No, it's not in there. Handlers, there's, nope, I guess it's in commands then? Light command. Because I didn't change any of this code. You should always trim strings from any input. Yeah, and I can do that on my light server, definitely. I'm waiting for this thing to finally send a whisper to me. I don't know if it can do that. In fact, it might not be able to. So I whisper botlad lights, and then when I finally get the lights, okay, so someone is changing my lights right now. Who is that? Oh, that's Yaki, who now has like 3 tokens for this. Where does this get handled? Mark visited, get lucky person, random integer? I don't know. None of this makes any sense. Oh wait, no, it makes perfect sense. This is running on my home machine. So we go to token, or no, resume s light control server. Spam deleted, that hasn't happened in a while. Wow. Okay, well, let's correct this wherever I need to correct it. Where do I even need to correct it? Control my lights, front end UI, PHP server token interface. Is it in here, app.js? Yeah, here it is. Okay, so this is what's going to be responsible for whispering someone lights ode.push, and then we do We open up a socket to them. What do I call this? Create socket. And then when we get data back, all we do is we whisper it to them. Message to send. And thanks for following is not what. Okay, so you just won control of Adam13531's lights. Yeah. Actually, it shouldn't just say you just won. Yeah, I'm going to leave the thanks for following message in because that's at least like, hey, you just performed an action. Thanks for following Adam13531. Yeah, here's a link you can use to control my lights. And then it sends a message out. So the issue here is how it's getting whispered to people. Judge Bacon, I don't know actually. Yeah, maybe we should. Yeah. I'll hit the timeout button for that person. There. So what does this mean? This means that on the... Where do the light control things even take place? God, I don't remember any of this stuff. Oh, here it is. Well, here it should be. It's not. dir/s star.js. Oh, that was stupid. Find stir/n node modules. Or V? Is it V? Oh, there it is. Lights. There's a source folder here? So then here's the issue. So when we get a command from someone, we're getting run command. Like, where do we split? Doesn't even happen here. Or is this a socket thing that opens up here? I don't remember how I even coded this. Where does run command get called from? Let's just take a look. Oh, I see, Judge Bacon. Okay. Exports, run command. Oh, so wherever I include lights from. So let's find that. SNC require lights. It'd be ./lights. And then a closing quotation mark. Although this still might not work. It depends on... Oh, wait, what? Oh, we'll get there. And then I'll get back to what I was doing here. And then we'll finally start working on Botland again. There are not enough hours in the day, apparently. So... Oh, it's in www. I remember now. Okay, yeah, there it is. Right there. So then we create a server, create token server, parse command. This is it. This is the problem right here. But the issue... So Yaki... Wait, what? I guess I just need to split this differently. Where is what Yaki had pasted in? Here. This is what Yaki got. There was a space here. This all apparently highlighted as a link, though. That's the part that's really strange about this. And Yaki had spaces around all of this stuff. So when I got the requests at first, the ones that would fail... So I apparently... Hang on a second. Rug was spamming this thing. So this. This is what we got from all of this. There were 2 spaces here. So got data from client. If there were ever 2 spaces, we could just replace it with 1. Okay, let's try that. ASCII data. The ASCII data is a string that looks like this. So we need to parse it on PHP, I think. Or at least differently. But maybe we don't have to do that. Let's try this out. So in JavaScript, let's figure it out. We have a string, hello world hello. And then we say a equals, how do you, JavaScript regex replace. I don't ever remember the syntax, but I think it's just replace, but with a regex instead of a string. Yeah, it is. Okay. So we need to do a dot replace. A regex here is going to be space space g. And replace it with just xxx for right now. What happens there? Yeah, so if I were to replace it with a single space, I'm going to still have a double space at the end there. I could just run this however many times I feel like running this. Like if I ran this twice, let's say, that's probably just the simplest solution. Or just space plus. Space plus. Yeah, space plus. Yeah, that'll work. The power of regex. Okay, now let's just restart this. So ASCII data equals ASCII data dot replace space plus slash g comma space. Get rid of double spaces and replace them with a single space. I don't know when this started happening exactly, but see, okay, here's the issue. Here's the thing I don't understand. Also, I'm missing chat stuff here. Yaki, how did, okay, yeah, so here's what I don't understand. Yaki got a link that looked like this, right? If this was clickable in Twitch, then the URL that opened wouldn't have had anything after the user equals section. Right? That's like, if I were to paste this into anything that recognizes URLs, actually, let me just paste it into Twitch and find out what happens. Yeah. So this, take a look. If I click this, it doesn't even have user equals Yaki at the top of it. So Yaki, this is what's showing up in your browser, but Twitch didn't whisper this to you? That's what I don't get. Hey Jack. So, okay, let's try something like this. Let's make a function that takes in a string, test, and returns stir.replace, and then let's call this function with everyone. Oh, wow. Maybe that's because of this comment here. Message equals, what's going on here? Yeah, so, all right, cool. Looks good. Token user. Weird. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, Rug. Well, hopefully this is fixed. I think. I don't know. Here, let me try this out. I'll give you, Rug, if you don't mind testing again, I'll give you another token. Rug 46. So yeah, Rug, if you don't mind trying to change my lights right now, that'd be cool. And let's see if it works. Oh wait, no, I never restarted the server. Hang on. Sorry. No, that's not gonna work. I didn't restart anything. I need to restart it, and then the token won't work anymore. I just broke everything. Ha 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 ha. Oh god. I shouldn't have just mashed Control C a bunch of times. All right, let me see if I can salvage this at all. Oh god. What am I doing? Free stream. All right, light control here. There. All right, I'm gonna spam you again, Rug. Everyone. If I had money for this project, I'd be asking for it back now. Oh, cool. All right, great. So I think I fixed the bug. Hooray. I think. Hooray. Yeah, well, cool. All right, fine. Yaki, you can have one too. Just you should probably wait a little bit for Rug to finish up. All right, great. So we're good. We're done. Now I just have a rave room. Every time this happens, by the way, it reminds me of the. Oh, I can't show you this because there are people in here who are younger than Super Metroid and haven't played the game, and I don't want to spoil the Hyper Beam. Let me see if I can take it off screen and just show you a small picture. I can't. No, this will spoil the whole game. I don't want to give spoilers on 22-year-old games. There's still a space. No, Yaki, there's still a space, but it should still work. That's the thing I changed. So wait, does it work, Yaki? Were you able to control the lights? I'm not even getting data from you, actually. But I'm assuming it worked. Anyway, let me give one to Grion. 1707. Because I believe Grion is the one who said earlier, I got this a while ago when following. Is that the person who said this earlier? Who did say that? I don't even see it in chat anymore. I don't remember. I can't find it. Oh, darn it. It's not working for Yaki anymore. No. That was me last week. Okay, hang on. Let me try fixing this again. What happened here? Oh, I never saved the file. So if I revert this, it's going to get rid of that ASCII replace stuff. Yep, just never saved the file. Oh, I'm a genius. I'm so smart. I'm just the smartest person in the world. Guys, this is what you got to do. If you ever want to fix a bug, fix the bug, and then just forget you ever fixed anything. Don't save files. Don't do anything. Where did the... oh goodness. Make it end. Put me out of my misery. So let's try this again. I'm cutting off the light control stuff. Just ignore it. That's it. Here's people we owe. Grian 1707 and Capsup. And now let me restart my control of this server, and then that's it. I'm done. We're finished. Throwing in the towel, calling it quits, etc. Token. Okay, Grian, try that. Caps up. Here, I'm just gonna give you all tokens, and Yaki, you can let me know if this thing, Yaki, SC. There. I think that's everybody. Hey, Capillara. We're done. We're done with this. There's no more. Okay, so is that working for anybody? Green is apparently changing my lights. Oh, they're set to color loop, I think. Are they? No. Are they changing colors? I think I broke everything. Yeah, I think I broke everything. Twitch doesn't parse it as a URL anymore because of the spaces on both sides of the name. It's okay. I'm gonna have to figure this out later. I broke so much stuff. I don't know what's causing those spaces to happen. I think it's that. I think the whisper part of this is screwed up. Because, and this is what doesn't make any sense. I have this right here. Whisper out a link to the lights. And it does actually print out data string here. Yeah, this is what's frustrating. Like, here's what my bot says. It is whispering without any spaces. So Twitch or tmi.js is what's responsible for adding those spaces in. And then when I get a message here, I am getting something correctly. Let me show you guys. But then it doesn't work. This is probably actually a really minor mistake at this point. Caps have had an extra space. But what happened here? www. Space plus. Is it not a space? Like, is this a tab character or something instead? Could that be it? And the split has one extra. Oh, there's an extra space at the end. Oh, that's why. Oh, right. So we need to ASCII data dot trim right, if that thing even exists. Node a equals hello space a dot length a dot trim right. That's what we need. Trim right. Yeah, I got it. All right. So I'm sorry. I'm just not trim right. That should be the fix to all of this. So let me start this up again. I just shut down my bot. Okay, let's shut down everything. Just stop it all. Okay, we're gonna close all of this stuff. So here we are. We're going to close that and just call pre. This is gonna start up everything from scratch. I think we're good. My girl is loving this, just FYI. Okay. Well, hello. What did I break? I'm sorry. Yeah, cool. All right, so I think I fixed it. And that's it. If I didn't fix it, we're done for today. I'm going to give a token to Capsup. It's Capsup who I would definitely wanted to test this with, because Capsup had a problem with the space thing before. So please, Capsup, try changing my lights around. See if that works. If it doesn't, like I said, I'm done. I've spent as much time as I need to. And actually, I guess Yaki is the other person, so I'll give a token to Yaki as well. There. Okay, so one of you will hopefully be able to control that. And we'll just wait about 10 seconds. There it goes. Okay, cool. So it works. We're done. The system is not broken. Oh, we can move back on to botland. Thank goodness. So I can delete all this, and we can get back to what I was doing, which is writing down these notes. I picked green. There's still spaces. That's totally fine. The fact that there are spaces there is okay. And you know what? I wonder. Grian didn't have this problem. Yaki and Grian, do you mind saying, are you using any extensions for Twitch chat, like Better Twitch TV, or there's another one, I forgot the name of it. But are you using any extensions? And yeah, Yaki, you should still have this space. And Grian, your token won't work because I restarted the server. But let me know. Yeah, I think an extension might be adding this in to try to protect you guys from. Okay, so Yaki is using Better Twitch TV. Grian is probably not. Capsup, are you using it? Yeah, you are too. Okay, this is probably what's happening then. In fact, can someone try this? Do I still have those links? Well, Yaki had the link. Yeah, let me do this. Actually, instead of asking someone to do this, I'll just ask Yaki to do this. So Yaki, I just whispered you the thing that you pasted in chat before. Did it put spaces around your name? Maybe, you know what this is? Maybe this is a Better Twitch TV finding your name in something and then putting spaces around it. Yeah, and Green doesn't have spaces. So yeah, this is actually coming from. Okay, we should write this down. I said I'm not going to spend any more time working on this. This is just a comment I want to add. So go to resume token and then open up app, and in here we had those replace call. It's not that. It's resume light control server bin www replace. Yeah. So this, but it's a problem with BTTV. Seems like your code was not to be blamed at all. Oh, so you had spaces in the whisper I just sent you. Nice, 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 nice. Okay. That's a problem with BTTV. When it finds your name in a whisper, it will put spaces around it, presumably doing something else. Does it separate that? Yeah, interesting. That's a good check, Rug. This is the kind of thing I just never expect to happen. Like, oh, Better Twitch TV updated, and they put spaces around your name, whereas previously there weren't any. And whatever, it's fixed. We're good. Going back to work on this stuff now. So. I haven't had issues with like control links in Better Twitch TV. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's some setting that they have enabled that you don't have enabled, or maybe this only started happening in the last week and you haven't gotten light control in the last week or something. I'm not sure. Judge Bacon, you can I'll give you a token too. You can kind of see how this is happening, or if it's happening. Is there a way on checking when a Chrome extension has updated? Probably in your tool/extensions. Excuse me. Okay, so IP aliasing I wrote down. Where exactly did I leave off here though? This. So spinning up and winding down game servers. I have that written down here too. Make an AMI Docker image here. So overseer client. So just also keep track of logs. Keep upload logs to overseer. All right, cool. Then we fixed it. Hooray. Now let's get back to work. So for anyone who was curious about this whole light modification thing, who hasn't watched the stream too much before, when you follow me, you get a link to control the lights in my room. And this was working like totally fine for the last, 4 months. And now all of a sudden, Better Twitch TV is putting spaces around your own username in a whisper. So I just fixed that. Grill Artist says, why not do development on Linus? I don't think he'd appreciate it if I connected a keyboard into him and just started typing. But anyway, why I don't use Linux for development, I think I'm just faster at Windows. So that's the biggest reason. I saw some coding today, can't complain. This is a coding stream. I know the last entire week has been about research, which, by the way, if you guys are curious to see how that's been going, I uploaded the newest recap to YouTube. I'll paste that in the chat. Here it is, DevOps MK2. So if you want to see this, there's a recap video. Okay, so logging stuff. Logging, maybe I push logs from endpoint to overseer client, then overseer client checks the logs. Great. Look into Upstart, which will keep overseer client running as a service. Or Upstart. Upstart will run overseer client as a service instead of connecting to daemon like PM2 does. It said when created for a game server. Oh no, that actually is correct English. So when created for a game server, there's no need to use PM2ers forever since they are ephemeral. So this is not as necessary for game servers since they are ephemeral. Channel cannot be found. What? Yeah, Capillara, I don't know what's doing that. Maybe just try in a different browser or something and tell me if that persists. Token grill artist there. I'm just gonna give everybody tokens now apparently. Better added multi-channel chat spammers now filtered. Oh, so I'm a multi-channel chat spammer now. Oh, thank you, Better Twitch TV. It probably is that, Rug. Or no, possibly, I don't know. And Grian says, do you have a day job? This is my day job, it just doesn't pay any money. I was thinking about accepting donations. I've been thinking about it for like 3 months actually, but I've been more seriously considering it lately, given that I'm going to be spending money in this part of the development of the game in using AWS. I just still feel weird about donations though. So this is part of critical services. This needs to be done for any. So basically, where do I even write this though? Probably not in here. So REST server. This needs to run with in pm2/forever/upstart. On uncaught exceptions, it should log a critical error and try to continue running. Yeah, got to make these things bulletproof. Same thing with the matchmaking service. And I have a whole bunch of stuff here, so let's write this here. Okay, good. So keep track of server role and version. That's true with pretty much anything that I do. Where do I even write that? I don't know. Maybe that's not important. What else? Call them tips for service well done. Capsup says, I've received more entertainment from this channel over the last week than from an entire monthly subscription from Netflix. Aw, that's very nice, Capsup. Thank you. Spaces only seem to be put in URLs. Myself and Wheatley were testing to see which added spaces. Yeah, and I think it's URLs because you could do something rather insidious probably by knowing if you sent out a bunch of spam links with the receiver's name, then you know who's a chump because you have now their. Actually, you don't even need to do that, I guess. You could generate a code for each person instead of using their name. Well, there's probably still something you can do that you shouldn't be doing there. Okay. Next up. REST server, ELB with round robin. Yeah, that's it. This should run behind ELB with round robin. And put this into Git, make sure I can, yeah, okay, cool. So make it so that the web client can be served as static files. Yeah. Need to be able to serve the client as static files. Change this locally too. Yeah, change this locally too. Just copy that there. Put this on S3. Make sure to ask the REST version what version it should be at. That way, if someone, yeah, this is super important. And then if I ever make a patch that requires it to be, make sure you're on the right client server version. Yeah. Needs to know whether a game is running or not. That is definitely true. Game server. So shell. Right now, game server starts. Should I have motors waiting for all 6 players to join? Yeah. It would also need to know whether a game is running or not. Hey, Red as a Tortoise. Excuse me. Can I link a picture? Yeah, sure. What else? And yeah, Spurman, that was done when creative. Well, that was always the case for creative, but once I had to switch over to creative, yeah. Capsule says I should work on my own spare time projects. Instead, I end up spending that time watching Adam work on his. Why don't you do both? I think. Oh man. If you can lower the sound of the stream to the point where it blends in with your music, and then I just speak in a rhythm where the BPM matches whatever music you're listening to, then it should have no overhead whatsoever. What is this? Whoa. Okay, that's That's pretty good. Grill artist says I lost my token. Oh god. All right, well, I have this in my, there, I'll just paste this into here. Okay, yeah, so this is done. Go back to this. All right, it needs to know what game is running. It needs to be able to go from that. At the end of the match, it needs to tell the rest server. Where does that go? Yeah. It also needs to report statistics to the rest server. Are we already captioning this? Is that what's happening now? Oh no, we just gone one level deeper. I should stop opening up this image, or else I'm gonna have like 60 of me on here wearing different shirts each time. Okay, hang on. Let me clear my lungs out for a second. Oh wow, right as a tortoise. Had to just keep going back, didn't you? So sending emails I can do with this, matchmaking service, let's see, propagate all data, secondary when coming back online. Yeah, and I need to write that in here too. So this goes here into the matchmaking service. This will be CPU intensive, and this is a primary secondary setup. Good. All right, update scenarios. First, I test locally and push my changes to Git. Okay, I think we're pretty much ready. I just need to go into the file these notes, which I must have increased the font size of this for an important reason. So I'm going to respect past me and file these notes, and then I think that's it. I think there are only like there's like 3 pages left. That's it. So we're almost done with this. I'm sorry it's taking this long. This is all relatively important. So how am I querying logs and metrics? SSH. I could have the web client. I already filed this. Make sure I keep track of this state on my own. Oh yeah, that's right. It's actually pretty important. So overseer. I wrote the thing about interacting. Note, any state that doesn't persist on the overseer, e.g. which AMI image is being used, should be saved in OneNote or something. There should be a way to fetch this data on the web client, e.g. export settings to CSV. Export settings as JSON, what am I talking about? Okay, web client. How do I update the web client? What'll point this? Could MD5 hash all assets based on their version? If I had a server serving up the web client, it could handle this for me. I need to make sure I'm overwriting caches correctly. So when I get to the web client, I'll start to look at this, but I don't think this is important for right now. Docker, I think I'm going to ignore for right now. Yeah, I think I'm going to ignore it for right now. And do I have an IP that always points at this? Yes. And I'm going to need to set up a new VPC. One of the things that I do pretty much right off the bat. So I'm going to say this, set up a new VPC that has 10.x IP addresses instead of 172.x. Oh, Capsup says, I'm wondering, how are you physically changing the color of your light? Did it come with a built-in API? Yeah, so Judge Bacon linked the paste bin for that. They're Philips Hue bulbs. And if you didn't want to set up anything yourself, you could just buy the bulbs. They're very expensive. They're $200 for 3 bulbs and the bridge that you need to control them. But then you just literally screw them into your socket and start up your iPad or something like that. Download the app and you can just start controlling them. So there's no coding needed for the average consumer. But if you want people to control them over Twitch, there is. Why can't you change an IP in a VPC which already exists? And why does it matter? So it matters in how many addressable IP addresses, the addressable range of IP. So private IP address blocks. It doesn't end up mattering so much, I think, but still, there's this. So you get 16 million addresses in the 10.0 range, whereas you only get 1 million in the 172 range. That's it. I just feel like it's easier to remember things that start with 10 than 172. So, doesn't matter so much. And can you change an IP in a VPC which already exists? Maybe. I think just recreating it is fine. I don't have anything running in AWS right now except for RDS. Oh, which I would need to re-instance. Well, we'll figure that out. Okay. This is... I look like Captain Olimar. It's an uncanny resemblance. Look at this. I just need a bunch of Pikmin around me and then I'm set. Keyboard model, please. I got your back. Are you going to use a million servers? Yes, Spiritman, I am. Just so that you'll be like, oh, I guess he needed that many addresses. Okay. What's up next? Oh yeah, use library. So, yep, this is all totally important. Going to keep this in here. So let's just copy paste all this. Try to make as much of this work locally as possible. Yep, and I'll write this here. Okay, when testing on VMs, test on local VMs. Make a new Git repo for botland infrastructure. That's actually something I need to figure out whether I want to do. Use libraries wherever possible. Make sure to have middleware for all private REST APIs to verify the addresses, whatever. Make sure I'm using 10.0.y.z because I get a large adjust range. Yeah, so I already wrote this down. All services that I set up should be split across availability zones. For critical services, throw in this. Yep, and make documentation about how everything works. Cool. Sounds good. So minor code changes, game server itself, yeah. So there needs to be a script to set up the overseer. At the very least, this involves running Node.js, but it possibly involves configuring Git and Docker as well. Allow endpoints to connect and identify themselves so that we can monitor their health, host Git repo and Docker registry, track the rate of game servers. Yeah, so this is all of the stuff that we need to keep in mind here. You should set up your servers in a way that you don't care about IPs. Yeah, and I think that should largely be the case. I think there's one. Yeah, I do agree with that. I think that I may make assumptions about where something exists for now, or maybe I'll use DNS to point at 10.0.0.1. But yeah, I'll have to. This is going to be a long process to code all of this stuff. This should be my first emote. What about the troll face one that someone made? Let me go find that. Smooth Dog. Smooth Dog made it. This. Look at that. Look at that emoticon. Let's I'm not gonna try to mimic it more than that. I'm either Captain Olimar or I'm Wario, but that's it. I have no other Mario characters. So I think this is good. I think we can start planning the design for this. I dealt with networks where addresses were stored in an Excel sheet. Oh boy. No, I mean I think the only things that really matter are the overseer, which is going to have, it's going to be behind DNS probably. REST server, which will definitely be behind DNS. It'll definitely be behind DNS. And the matchmaking service. Game servers themselves will just be IP addresses somewhere out there. And if we shut them all down at once, we should just be able to start them all back up. They're ephemeral. Oh, how's the partnership application going? It got rejected. I applied, like mid-January or something, and then 7 business days later, I got an email saying like, sorry, we have a whole lot of streamers and only so many partners. Which, by the way, there were some statistics that I thought were pretty interesting. There are apparently, on average, 550,000 viewers on Twitch at any given time, and there are roughly 11,000 partners. And I wonder if they're trying to keep these two things in check. But anyway, I could reapply for partnership. I don't know how much I want to do that. I wanted to get you guys transcode options to get myself some more visibility, maybe. I did not care about subscriptions. I didn't care about emotes, really. Oh, yeah. No, Spurman. I think every once in a while on Stack Overflow, there will be a topic about, like, what coding horrors have you seen, or what's the funniest comment you've ever seen written. And I still think one of the things that I thought was hilarious was there was some really long function. I mean, imagine if I took, let's take something like this. I don't know, this thing, chase coordinates. I take this entire function. Oh, well, whatever. And at the bottom of this, or I don't know, maybe even at the top, it says return true. And then the comment for this was always returns false. And I still got a kick out of that. I don't know what company this happened in or anything, but I just imagine, like, how do you let that happen? Why would there even be a function that always returns false? And why would it end up being 50 lines of code to do that? So I think this is good. Set up a new VPC. So this is something where I'm going to have to log in on AWS and I guess wipe out everything that I had. Amazon AWS console. How do I find this? Management console. Here it is. Sign in. I don't know my password. Okay, I don't know my password. So hang on a second while I go find my password. Okay, cool. Define false true. Okay. Now we go back to this. Yeah. All right. That's not too terribly bad, right? Now I just need an authentication code. Let's pull out our trusty dusty phone. Just start watching Blue's Clues. Authenticator. Okay, now I just gotta type in this code over here. Okay, we're done. So VPCs, where do we manage this stuff? I believe I wrote in an AWS doc somewhere how this stuff works. Did I write VPCs in here anywhere? I probably did. This should be its own entire note. Security groups / VPCs. I don't know where to manage this actually. To a particular VPC. Like I see security groups. Why Amazon instead of DigitalOcean, Linode, etc.? There are a lot of different components here. So Resure made, at one point I was using DigitalOcean. I was spending $5 a month and I got, I think, 0.5 gigabytes of RAM. And this hosted the game server and the client. And I don't think there was a database at the time. And that actually managed to work. Then I needed to make a REST server to store, REST server / database to store user information. When I did this, I finally said, should I get another DigitalOcean VM and start paying $10 a month, or should I start looking into a cloud platform? Well, I signed up for BizSpark around that time, and BizSpark gives you some number of credit every month for free. So it's like 750 a month of Azure credit for free for 3 years. And startups are eligible for this if they don't make a certain amount of money. And so I applied. I eventually got in. My account seems to have been suspended as of today, and I got to figure out why that's happening. But then I decided to switch from Azure to AWS because I know for sure that it can provide all of the things that I need. And I think that that's more important than getting free money, because I am too worried about the amount of time it's going to take to develop. And I'm not so worried about spending, let's say, somewhere between $100 and $500 in order to finish developing this. So I'm using AWS. And to give you an example of some of the things that I need there, load balancing without having to write it myself, a managed database without having to write that myself. There are actually a whole lot of other things that a cloud platform could give me. And those are some of the things I know I'm going to need. There are things like certificate management, which could be nice. So set up a new VPC that has this. Yeah, I don't know how to do this. There's a way to find VPCs probably in here, and I don't know how. And let's just look it up. Amazon, delete a VPC. Let's see. All right, apparently there is, how do you manage these? To create an endpoint, specify it. Yeah, where do you do this? I don't actually know. All right, let me go back to the main console and see if it's in there. Oh, networking, VPC. Oh, wow, that's pretty easy. So I guess I just go into that. Oh, this page doesn't load. Oh, there it goes. One VPC. Okay, I can delete it there. Okay, so just FYI, setting some things up off screen. After this, I should be back to this monitor. All right, so VPC. I think I can, let's see if I can change the CIDR block on this. Don't think I can. Dan in Beard says AWS GUI sounds like Baby Rage. I'm not too familiar with it. I only signed up for AWS, I think, 6 days ago. Maybe 5 days ago. Kermit says, do you understand this? What is this, Lua? I mean, it depends on what your intent of saying, do you understand this? Like, do I know the syntax of this language? Maybe. And could I figure out what this does? Yeah, probably. Have I ever written whatever this game is trying to connect to? No. Have I written code for this thing? Yeah. Have to set site creation. Okay, yeah. I'll just delete this VPC then. Delete VPC. Are you sure? Deleting this will also delete objects associated with it. Okay, so before we do that, let's create another name tag. What is this? Creates a tag with key equals name and value to set to specify. I didn't even have a name before this. Huh. I'll just say default VPC. No, that's probably stupid. VPC 10. The API is nice. Their GUI takes a bachelor's degree. It's not so bad, I think. So CIDR block on this should be, where was that? IP private network. Here it is. So you cannot create a VPC larger than /16. Oh, so I don't even get, huh. Interesting. Well, I guess I could go with a 10.0.0.0/16 tenancy. What? What is tenancy? You can run instances in your VPC on single tenant dedicated hardware. Select dedicated to ensure that instances launched are dedicated tenancy instances. Select default to ensure that Instances launched use the tendency. Oh yeah, no, we want default. Okay. So that is busy creating. No, Dan and Beard. I think here's the way of naming something at Amazon. You take a dartboard and I don't know why I even deleted this text. You take a dartboard and you put a letter on each different area on it and you throw 3 darts. So now you'll have a 3-letter acronym and you try to figure out something that fits with it. So they have ELB, AWS, EC2, ECS. I don't know, they probably have a bunch of other stuff too. But yeah, I'm familiar with some of these. Hey, Omar. All right, so I've created a new VPC. Now I want to delete the old one because I don't want to use this old one at all. I don't think it has any point for me. So delete, yes, I acknowledge I want to delete it, sure. We could not delete it. Please unmap. What? Has some mapped public addresses. Please unmap those before detaching. It's probably RDS that's doing this. Dan. Oh boy. Okay, I think I gotta shut down RDS for now. I don't know. Maybe this isn't worth doing right now. Yeah, maybe I'll do this off stream. That way I don't have to. Yeah, I'll do this off stream, I think. So this, we're gonna say, do this off stream so that I don't have to waste everyone's time. I think that setting up RDS again will involve typing in passwords, which, by the way, do I still have my keyboard camera's on. What have I produced today? I produced a series of OneNote documentation pages. Where is it? Xtonomous. Yeah, so all of the stuff you see over here, this is all filed from Google Docs. So now I have it all in here in nice sectioned ways of finding everything. And that's it. So I've produced text, but now I'm about to start producing design for code and then hopefully coding by the end of today. In green, I was thinking I would delete the default and then make a different one the default. But yeah, maybe that's a bad idea. Maybe just don't delete the first one, but recreate RDS in the new one. Yeah, all right. So we can get rid of that for now. So then, what do we have here? So this is going to be just deleted for now. Design Git repo. So yeah, this is one of the things that I think there's going to be similar code for a lot of these different services. For example, the Overseer and the Matchmaker are both the whole primary secondary solution. So it would make sense that they share some code. But if they're in different repositories, the only way they can share code is if that code is in another repository or they depend on each other. And then what becomes weird is, when do I put something in the shared repository and when do I put it in a specific one? And if I just throw everything all into one, then splitting it out later might be harder. But I feel like this is the easy way to do things. But it's also, yeah, I don't know. I think this is probably what I'm going to end up doing. OneNote recognized Google Docs headings and organized it? No, it didn't. I manually did all that. That's why my uptime is like 2.5 hours today, and my product so far is text. Git submodules aren't terrible. Yeah, I think I think the cost of figuring out exactly what to share where would be more frustrating than it would be more, yeah, I don't know what to say here. This is, so I need to carefully partition modules and put them somewhere. For example, the Overseer and Matchmaker may want to share code that the Overseer client doesn't need. I would end up with tons of repositories. Put common code in submodules is what I might do. I haven't actually looked at Git submodules. Why do you believe it's necessary to document your thoughts? Well, one, I think it's helpful when you're streaming that everyone kind of is aware of how you got to where you are. But second, this is the classic programming problem. Classic programming problem. And this applies to more than just programming. But you set out to do task X. While doing task X, you find a bug in feature Y. Then in trying to fix the bug, you have, I don't know, it's just something like your network fails on your computer. Anyway, by the time you've sort of popped all these things off the stack and figured out what you're doing, you don't remember where you left off on task X. And even if, let's say you didn't run into this problem, you're not as scatterbrained as I am. So you set out to fix a bug. So now in fixing a bug, sometimes you have to, in investigating it, you have to figure out what went wrong. So you try method X of fixing it, try method Y of fixing it, try method Z. Now when you want to try method A, you don't remember if did I already try this? Was this one of the 3 things I did? Like, is it different enough from this? Did I learn anything in Z that now makes it so that A is worthwhile to try a second time or something? So I think that's why it's good for me to document everything. What do you think about Rethink DB? I do not know anything about it. So I don't have thoughts about it. Yeah, so I want to look up these submodules and just figure out how does this work? What do these do? You need to use another project from within it. Perhaps it's a library. Common issue arises in these scenarios. You want to be able to treat the 2 projects as separate, yet still be able to use one within the other. Here's an example. Suppose you're developing a website and creating atom feeds. And including the libraries, it's difficult to customize the library in any way. The issue with vendoring the code into your own projects is any custom changes you make are difficult to merge when upstream changes. Wait, so submodules address both of this? Wow, I actually have tried both of these ways that they mention here. Wait, have I tried both of these ways? Yeah, copying the source code in. I did this once when I used... No, maybe I didn't. I don't remember. Anyway, let's keep a subdirectory of another Git repository. This lets you clone another repository into your project and keep your commits separate. So starting with submodules. We'll walk through developing a simple project that's been split up into a main project and a few sub-projects. Start by adding an existing Git repository as a submodule. To add a new... with the absolute or relative URL of your project. Okay, sounds good. We'll add into a sub-project into a directory named the same as the repository. Okay, cool. Can add a different path. If you run git status at this point, you'll notice a few things. Branch is up to date. Okay. I've used submodules before. I just don't remember for what project I used these. Maybe when I was testing out ES6 stuff, or Phaser even. I don't remember. So the other listing in the git status is the project folder entry. So where do changes you make cloning a project with submodules? Oh, so when you clone will not get any of the submodules cloned as well. Git submodule init and then git submodule update. Interesting. Now it's the same state it was when you committed earlier. There's another way to do this, which is a little simpler. Git clone -- recursive. So how do you update everything all at once? Yeah, so my basic questions are this stuff, I guess. So submodules. How do I customize shared code that I don't want to push to the submodule? itself, and then when I do git pull, will it pull all submodules also? Oh, it looks like it's answering the second question now. Simplest model of using submodules would be if you're simply consuming a subproject and want to get updates, not actually modifying anything. Let's walk through that here. If you want to check for new work in a submodule, you can go into the directory and run git fetch and git merge, the upstream branch, to update the local code. You have to go into the directory for that? I can't just do this all at a top level? Now if you go back to the main and run git diff, you can see the submodule is updating, get a list of commits are added. If you commit at this point, then you'll lock the submodule into having the new code when other people update. So git submodule update remote. That doesn't sound like this is. No, Dan, I'm not saying. I'm not linking this back to you at all. I'm looking into this and figuring out, is this something I should be using? Command will by default assume that you want to update the checkout of the master branch to the master branch. Covers this something different. Okay. If you leave off your module. Okay. Alright, so working on a submodule. You're doing so because you really want to work on the code in the submodule at the same time you're working on code in the main project. Otherwise, you'd probably be using a simpler dependency management system. You know, another thing I could do here is make my own npm packages and then just list those as dependencies. npm packages. Hey, Wasabi. Not sure. So changing the submodule at the same time as the main project and committing and publishing those changes. Git will get the changes and update the files in the subdirectory, but leave the subrepository in what's detached head state. This means that there's no local working branch tracking changes. With no branch, unique commit, those changes will quite possibly be lost. So if your submodule to be easier, you need to do two things: go into each submodule and check out a branch to work on. This does sound possibly slightly tedious. Breaking things out into depends can get really tedious during a development cycle. It has to touch 2 or more dependencies. Hey, Deadbringer, welcome back. Yeah, and this is where I'm wondering, is it worth... Make sure if you do that, you script something that updates all depends. Yeah, I'm wondering, is it worth even trying to split out any of this, or should I just make one infrastructure repository and deploy everything based on that? I mean, the code in this repository, the only thing in this repository would be code, hopefully. It wouldn't be assets or anything else. So pulling it all should be pretty quick. And I think that'd be an easy way for me to start. Throw code wherever I need, and then if I later wanted to split it out, I could do that. Granted, it would involve a lot of changes to processes that in that time that I want to split it out would already be like tried and tested. Okay, well, let me do something first, which is use the bathroom. And then I'll be right back, and I'll continue to work on this. So I'll be right back. All right, I think I'm going to try this all in just one repository because I think that's going to be the best thing is getting this thing coded, and then I can worry about if other people needed to use this or I need to split things out or anything. I think I'm gonna write down my reasoning for this right now. So I am going to go with a single repository for right now so that I don't have to struggle with something like git submodules or determining where to make shared code boundaries. It will be easier once the code has been written and I can find out where to split large modules. Also, I'm only putting code in these repos as opposed to like, images / audio. So they shouldn't be very large. The other thing is, now that Node supports a lot of the ES6 features just by default, I don't think I'm going to be working with Gulp or with Webpack because I find them very frustrating. Well, Webpack's not frustrating. The frustrating thing about Webpack is my computer, which is that it can't handle building and streaming and whatever other things I'm running at the same time. And that's another reason why I'd been considering, like, maybe I should accept donations so I can get a new computer. Okay, so then design Git repo. That's done. Create the Git repo. That's something I got to do off screen. Although this should be a very quick process. Also, I finally set up an SSH agent for Tortoise Git. So I don't need to type my password every time I pull or push. So I should be able to create a repo here. Did I call this botland infra? I think so. How do you create a repo on Git or on Bitbucket? Create a team? No. Projects? Repositories. Here we go. Create repository. Found it. Repository name, botland infra. This is private and it's Git and create. We're done. Hooray. So now we can clone it. Have to create a repo on the website or not? I'm not sure if that's a question, but I created it on the website. I don't know if I had to do that. Okay, so now I've been putting everything on my desktop. I think it's probably better to just start making a code folder for this. Botland. Cool. So let's just git clone here. Code botland git clone. This actually won't work, will it? Let me see something. Fatal, could not read from a remote repository. Make sure you have the correct access rights. Yeah, so I was pretty sure this wouldn't work because I need to do something like this. Botland infra, and then here I need to do git clone using the UI because that's connected to the agent that I have. There shouldn't be anything in this repo. Warning, you appear to have cloned an empty repository. Yep, cool. Thanks for the, oh darn it. Put botland infra inside botland infra. I don't want that. Okay, so let's rename this XXX or whatever and just copy this into the parent folder. Done. There. Okay, so now botland has botland infra, which, for the sake of navigating, how would I get there quickly? I could type code botland dot star infra. That doesn't even work. Oh, it's just star infra. Yeah, I guess that works. Okay, that's not so bad. So I could type code botland star I. Okay. Well, anyway, that's done. So create it. Now it's design code for this. So the very first thing I'm going to be working on is the overseer. Let's take a look at the responsibilities of this and kind of just get a general idea and then look at all the code design notes I have too. So needs to expose a REST API to other endpoints for adding, checking, and fetching game servers. So expose REST API. I'll use Restify for this. Use Restify for this. So also, I guess, like, create overseer folder. I can actually close out of this. That doesn't matter. Okay. So the primary and secondary setup, this is also pretty important. So on AWS, I can use a VPC to assign IP addresses. The whole assigning IP addresses thing is not something I'd probably be able to do running just my local VMs, because I don't want to do that necessarily. So I guess I would just hard code whether or not this thing is running locally. I need to think about that. So everything needs to be synced between the two. That's important. So I guess let's come up with the large systems for this. There's the REST API. So REST API. There is the failover system and syncing. There is managing the pool of game servers. It's everything that's written under responsibilities here, really. Oversees health of all endpoints. And that's not important until I have other endpoints. And I'll start to work on that then, I think. Is in charge of spinning up and down game servers, prevents external bandwidth. So yeah, hosting a Git repo, tracking metrics. And so yeah, critical, it should only be exposed to internal sources. And Dan, I haven't seen this particular blog, but oh, maybe I've seen this one. I'm pretty sure I saw something by Martin Fowler talking about microservices, and I read through most of it, and there are a lot of good reasons to use microservices, but I think starting an architecture, especially when you're a one-man coding team, starting an architecture as microservices, I think, is very complex. But yeah, I think splitting them out eventually, it's this tech debt you accumulate whenever you make a suboptimal decision, and then know that you might have to go back to it. And hey, that's Bamboo. Thanks for following. You should get a link from BotLad to control my lights. So health monitoring, keep a TCP connection open. So part of this is, do I want to, what system do I want to handle first here? And how do I do it with, I think having a failover system, I think having that there at the beginning is probably a good idea. And whatever I do, so let me write some things down. In order for this to work locally, I need to fake an AMI. So install git or node or Synopia. Hey, hello. I'm glad that's working. So I don't technically need to do this. I could use Docker for this stuff. I could just use Docker for this. Or I could have a script that does what the AMI would do. That's not so bad. I don't think there's much to worry about there. So what else? Because I have some basic code Java. Actually, I should. Okay, something I should do here is this. Echo cd/d this to infra.cmd. So now when I type infra, yeah, I've got that. And then one other thing I need to do is where bl. Yeah, so s user profile/bl.cmd and copy paste this into infra.cmd here so that I could get into any subdirectories easily there. Okay, what else? So raw TCP sockets. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. Code, JavaScript, overseer. I had the server.js in here. So this had sending messages, sending or opening a TCP socket, and just sending ping and pong messages back and forth. And that was it. That's all this did. So I'm going to be using some of this, I think. Okay, and let's think of the rest of the failover system that I want here. And then I think I can start working on this. Everything needs to be synced. So yeah, I think that's the first thing to start working on. So start failover system. So when think about deploying the endpoints, how do I get the overseer onto AWS for the first time, or deploy a new version of it? Then there is syncing between the two. So any data, any incoming data to the primary is replicated to the secondary. And then recovering from failover, not recovering from failover, failing over. There needs to be a flag specifying whether to perform any requests in case I temporarily change IPs. Huh. So failing over, so coming back online after a failover, it's tell the new primary to replicate all data. Yeah, so I think we can start with some of this stuff. And I just want to make sure I've accommodated everything here. I think... Oh, and keeping in mind that this failover system, this should be usable by the matchmaking service as well. And for it to be used by that, so syncing between the two, I need to make this... I can't make it very generic, I think. Like, what kind of data is this? For the overseer, this may be like a game server is online. What else happens here? Take a look at this. So they're going to query health every time they get the health of that. So basically every time the overseer does something. For the overseer, this could be health information about endpoints. For the matchmaking service, this would be which users are looking for a match and maybe which matches exist. So the data isn't exactly generic because it needs to be handled differently. But routing this out could be generic. I don't know. Maybe that's not even necessary. Okay, and where would this code exist? Create overseer folder, create... I see, I don't want to just like create a shared folder because it's not necessarily that. Maybe a failover folder. Anything is shared by its function. Anything that's shared is named based on its function. And Dan, there have been people who have done that. if you look at the top 75 users by points in my chat, so Tenbroya has 3,500 and has a total of 647 hours in chat. It's absolutely ridiculous. Especially considering there are only 51 people with 100 hours or more, because you can't count, actually, I think 49 people. Botland Bot, myself, and Botlad. Yeah, you can't count any of those three because they're all me. So yeah, exactly 50 people have 100 hours or more. Crazy. Am I the highest legit person? Oh, I don't know. I just closed it. By time? Where are you on this list, Weedley? I don't even see you. Weedley. You're number 21 for points. And there are legit people above you, like Grill Artist and Spurtman, and I mean pretty much all these people are legit, I think. And you're number 20 in terms of time. Deploying endpoints, how do we get the overseer on AWS for the first time? So that's a good question. I need to set up the state of whatever box I have. This would be install or like instance provision a new EC2 instance using the git/node AMI. Then after that, I guess it would be pull code from Bitbucket at that point. I need to get my code onto the machine. So this is the first time something's going to happen. Eventually it's going to host the repository itself. Oh, that'll be interesting. And setting this up locally will be interesting too. Pull code from Bitbucket. Okay. And then it's pull any npm packages into Xtopia. So it does need a link to the outside world. I don't know. Or maybe I rsync this stuff onto it. Maybe I rsync onto it. And then at some point there needs to be a web client for looking at traffic. How did you make these tiny dots that show you text wrap? What tiny dots? These things? These lines? That's probably in the settings somewhere. And I bet that's not even a setting I customized. Is it? Yeah, I don't think I customized that. So I think it's just in the default settings. But I don't know what it's... Yeah, I don't know the name of the... Yeah, I can't figure out the name of the setting. I don't know what it is. But yeah, if you just look through all of the settings in your settings file, you'll eventually find it. And yeah, font face hack. Yeah. This is actually, I'm not sure what the answer to this question is. Yeah, let me write this down in my questions thing then. So, overseer, how do I get Git and Xtopia provisioned initially? So I could have the overseer reach out to Bitbucket or NPM, but then I rely on those being online. I could have a copy of these on my own machine and rsync them to the overseer, but then I need an open connection on the overseer. Yeah, so I'm not sure about the answer to this. I don't think it matters too much at the beginning because I can just pull from the public sources if I need to. I think rsyncing onto it makes the most sense eventually because then it's only my servers that need to be online and not something else. I think I would prefer this so that I don't rely on external services. I mean, at some point, this needs to come from some centrally hosted Git repository, and then I make a private one. So I'll need to figure that out. And then, what else? What else here? So I'm not sure how I want to start this. Figure out how I want to start this process. Also, is rsync a Unix tool I can use from? No. Where are my Unix tools? Right, cd to here. So, is there a Windows rsync? Syncback does not support. Offers something similar to rsync built in. What? Super flexible. This is paid software. Yeah, I'm not going to use a free trial kind of thing. Okay, well maybe I shouldn't even be considering this on Windows anyway, because it doesn't matter. I can always deploy from Linux. Or I could, yeah, okay, I can come up with some way around this. I don't need rsync to be on Windows for me to be able to use it. I could always FTP into a Linux VM on my own machine and then rsync from there. Which, by the way, do I have that sort of setup? Can I just close all these things and then go into, so I never made a home command. So fine, echo cd/d user profile to user profile / home.cmd. Now I have a home command. So from here, I want to call Debian1 and SSH into a VM that's not even on, so that's impossible. Let's do a headless start here. And that'll probably take like 30 seconds or something. Okay, well, it's starting up. So let's just do this. I believe we have sleep. Yeah, so let's do sleep 30 and Debian 1. So in 30 seconds, it's going to try connecting. Okay, so yeah, figure out how I want to start this. Do I want to just pull from public sources at first? I think that would be okay, but then I need... No, I think rsyncing is how I want to start this. I think rsyncing is a better way of starting this. Or even just FTP at the onset. I don't know. Let's figure that out later then. So syncing between the two. Any incoming data to the primary is replicated to the secondary, which necessarily means that there is a TCP connection open. This means there has to be a TCP connection open between the two. Coming back online after a failover, tell the primary to replicate all data. This means there has to be a message saying, I just came online and don't know anything about the world state. There also needs to be a state for these overseers to be in such that they're not sending out information yet. And I think that's here. I think we wait for both the primary and the secondary to be online. So there needs to be a flag specifying whether to perform any request in case I temporarily change IPs or I'm provisioning a new region even. Also, these should be in 2 different availability zones. That's another thing I've got to do. Although that's part of my deploy script. Then there was one other thing I just thought of there. There needs to be a flag specifying this. That is... Oh yeah. There needs to be a way for me to deploy a new version of this. And I wrote this down in the Google Doc, but I don't think I converted it over yet. Let's look at the scenarios that I'd written. Update scenario. tweets and matchmaking algorithm. So make sure I stop traffic to the secondary from the primary. Upgrade the secondary, test it. Okay, so how would I do that? Make sure I stop traffic to the secondary. I guess I need to tell the primary. So it'll have a web client on it. In fact, actually having this web client would be really, really helpful. So I think I might want to start with that. Web client for looking at traffic and managing the what am I trying to say? The overseer itself. This will let me do things like put the overseer into update mode, which will stop traffic from primary to secondary. I don't think that this, well, yeah, I can upgrade the instances later. Is there anything else to consider there then? Make sure I stop traffic to the secondary from the primary, upgrade it, then promote that to the primary if it worked. Promoting it to the primary would be changing IP addresses. While upgrading it, make sure traffic is not coming to it from the primary, which means the overseer should be aware of its state. Aware of the upgrade, which means that the primary overseer should also be aware of the upgrading state. What else do I consider here? Okay, and this is where I think none of really what I'm doing is going to be super complex, but it's going to be a lot to just make sure everything works, and it works in cases where things will fail. And at some point, testing all of this stuff will also become important. So I think we write tests for failover cases and write tests for everything. We say failover cases especially. Deploy scenarios. And the web client itself, this is something that only needs to be served up to exactly one type of person, the administrators, which will likely be 2 specific people in the world, maybe 3 or 4. But very few people will ever look at this thing. So it needs to be secure. And that's something that we can open up via AWS's firewall to a specific IP address, and then also put like a username and password on it or something like that. Or maybe 2-factor auth. We need to be secure, and I need it to be relatively lightweight, given that, this is why I don't think it should host a web client. I think it should just have a REST API on it, because it already needs a REST API. And having a web client on it, I could just host the web client anywhere. It could be like a 4 gigabyte web client with OpenGL graphics and whatever else, and it's just going to be using web REST APIs underneath it. So it wouldn't need to be hosted on this machine. So I think starting this with just REST APIs might be a good idea. Hey, Decatech. In fact, maybe I want to write that down. Overseer. So health monitoring. I think I wrote this, yeah. Possible means of interfacing, REST API. Pros. Well, I'll just write pro here. Pro, I already need to have a REST server running on here. So this wouldn't add any overhead. Well, any additional overhead. This wouldn't result in additional overhead. So the con here is extra overhead in having to serve files. Does he work for Google? No. I don't know what he's doing, but it looks very smart. I don't mind explaining this stuff. So first of all, I'm working on a game called Botland. I just linked in a video into chat. This describes what Botland is about. There's a lot of issues that I've been running into lately. The most recent being that Botland is now offline. So it used to be playable as of 3 days ago, and now it's not. And I'm going to work on the next 2 to 4 months on DevOps, which I talk about briefly in another video, which I'll also link in. If you go to bot.land, you can find any of the links here to really just social media. And on YouTube, there is a link to all of the recap videos. So if I say view as new visitor, and then I check my playlist here. Oh, actually, I already have this. Recaps. Yeah. So the recap videos here sum up all of Botland in less than an hour probably. So this is 5 months of development time condensed into about a little 2 minute, 1 minute video, something like that. And so the latest one I talk about DevOps, which is what I'm working on now. This is what's going to handle the scalability, security, really anything of the back end of Botland. And once I'm on this new back end, which will hopefully be about 3 or 4 months from now, then that's when things kick into like super overdrive, where I go into full throttle game design, game development mode, and finish up the last features I needed to, add in UI and artwork, and hopefully work toward beta by the end of this year, so that next year I can release the game. And I know that website looks terrible, but we're going to work on that eventually. We're actually talking to, well, no, I shouldn't share this yet. We're actually not talking to. So, what do you think of that, Chad? So yeah, that has some information about the game. And then what I'm doing now is just designing the system that I'm going to start coding, which is relatively complex for me at least. There are all these different notes I just made today that I'd been forming over the last week in Google Docs. I just copied them over to OneNote. So this has every endpoint in the system that needs to be made. There's an overseer to watch over the health of the entire system. There's a client that's going to be deployed on each endpoint in the system. There is the web client, the matchmaking service, the game server itself, the REST server, the database, and handling deploys and rollbacks and all of that stuff. That's what I'm working on for the next few months. The fun part is coming. Sick, you'll just have to trust me in this. Also, one other note. I think today is a holiday in the US, which I should really know what the holiday is. President's Day. Oh God, this is not the kind of thing I should be admitting on stream. Oh good, it's President's Day. So today's President's Day. A lot of people have today off, my wife included in that, and so she's home. I'm going to be getting lunch in probably about 10 or 20 minutes. Normally I'd wait until no one's actually watching me anymore, which is post-lunch. But yeah, so in about 10 or 20 minutes I'm going to be going, and then when I come back, I'll be back for like 4 hours at that point. But I'm going to start coding this stuff. So I'm just going to be kind of designing this for the next 10, 20 minutes. The overseer is Skynet. Yeah. You betcha. So web client, I don't think I want to do this. I think what I want to do is a REST API is a good starting point for managing any actions or health monitoring. This will also let me do things like this. If I want, I could make a separate web client entirely for interacting with this REST API. That may be a good idea. Oh, I guess, that's the benefit of, whoops, I should write this down. So, I would likely want to have my own web client running somewhere. And that would mean it would take web traffic to get me the information. Wait, it takes me web traffic regardless, right? What am I doing? Web client. Yeah, what am I thinking here? The web client hosts some HTML and then it still needs to communicate with the server in some sense. Yeah, this is actually a pro, I think. So pro, I could make as complex a web client as I want to view this information, since it doesn't have to run on the same server. I guess yeah, let's leave it at that, I guess. Starting what stuff after lunch? I'm going to be starting the overseer. So the overseer is this thing. Here are its responsibilities, which while you're reading that, I'll respond to the rest of chat. Have you guys seen the ad made by Google where the teacher says that their teachers... I think that one said... I have not seen that. Everyone. Yeah, so one of the... I think I wrote this down here. Question. Oh, no, that's not what I wrote down, actually. Yeah, so the thing I'm deciding on now is there are a bunch of different ways I could interact with the overseer. And I think what we talked about before was a web client running there. And I'm debating, like, why have a web client if there already needs to be traffic sent to and from? This shouldn't host the web client. I think there should be, like, I can host the web client on my own machine and use the REST APIs that the overseer exposes. And that way, there's less being hosted on the overseer. I think that makes the most sense to me. And hey, Squish Squirrel. I don't think I've seen you in a while. Or at least I haven't seen you chat in a while. So, yeah, I think I'm just going to make a REST API that I expose here. Plus, then I don't have to use like Express or something like that, which wouldn't really totally be necessary. I could just serve files over HTTP myself. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. We have both a client and an API. /route is convenience for downloading the client, but you can host it locally. I now see what you're saying. You're saying that it's static content anyway, so you don't need... Yeah. I think state doesn't persist should be saved in OneNote. So I'll say interacting. Possible means would be all of this stuff. So let's tab that in. And then here I'll just say there's no reason you can't have a combination of the above. I could host a simple HTML file that would invoke the APIs needed. I think I'm probably just going to REST API at first. ESR says webcast software is this. It's OBS. Nish Tiger says, what is the bulk of your code for the game made with like what language? It's JavaScript. And static clients, you can host it locally or root of your server, then API slash access the actual routes. Yeah. Yeah, so just a static client. A simple static HTML file that would invoke the APIs needed on the server without really having a ton of overhead. SSH on that machine would be disabled since yeah, I would. I think it's a bad idea. I'll just write here con. This is a bad idea since the machine would probably have AWS keys. Hey, for you. Hey Adam, what would you do if the game fails? Go back to corporate jobs or try another one? Probably corporate jobs for a while, which would be a huge disappointment for me because this has always been one of my big goals, and yeah, it'd be sad to see it fizzle out. ESR says, I'm sorry, what software is this? So what I'm typing into is OneNote. What I type code into is Sublime. And what I'm using to write the game is JavaScript and Node.js. I don't know if that answers your questions, but yeah, feel free to just keep asking. Cool learning Python seriously, considering going elsewhere. Oh. And yeah, Horforia, my BizSpark subscription is suspended, I believe, so I need to contact Azure about that. In fact, Botline might not even be up for the next several months. I don't see a point in hosting it on AWS. I think it'll be lighting more of a fire under me if it's not online to get all of the DevOps stuff done. Yeah, and I think I will do this too. So make a simple web client to interact with the Overseer API. For now, it should be in a separate folder, but I may eventually lump it into the Overseer itself. definitely don't load keys on an instance. You could probably use IAM rules instance profiles for this. Since it would, I'll just say AWS sensitive information. Wait, no, it does need, yeah, in order to provision VMs. Yeah, it needs, so I'm pretty sure that's, you're right, Grion. I'm pretty sure that's what this is going to have. I don't think it's going to have like my root key or something. And I have set up a user and I have a key for that user. So I think, but that needs to be on there because this needs to provision new VMs and kind of handle everything. What do you think? I want something that I can do more GUI stuff instead of printing stuff out in the terminal. Niche Tiger, I think so any language is going to have bindings to GUI programs. So with Python, there are tons of things out there. You could use like tkinter if you want something really old and basic. You can use, I don't know, what is it, WX widgets. With C#, there's a bunch of stuff you can do too, like WinForms even. Or for it says, can I host it? That's not something I'd be comfortable with, I think. And either way, there are a whole bunch of endpoints for this too at this point. Hey Adam, why not set up a DigitalOcean box, $10 a month? Is that not bad for testing? I'm going to contact Azure. So I have, I think, $750 a month right now of credit toward Azure for free. And if Azure says, oh yeah, there was a mistake on our part, or hey, you're violating our terms of service, but just don't do whatever it is that you violated it by doing, then great, like everything would be fine. And if not, I'll have to just reevaluate what I'm doing. Wouldn't it be better having an alpha somewhere to reward your viewers? Yes, I totally think it would be, and I'd like to do this, and I'll figure this out tonight, I think, or maybe tomorrow. Can I host it? And Original Pepper, I probably can't use the $10 of credit because, wait, unless I can just pop it into my account, because I already used a $10 credit thing a while ago. Let me see if this works. I'll log in. No, wait, you don't just type in codes and get money on your account, do you? It's only when you actually go to provision something. Looks like you don't have any droplets. Create droplet. Is there a promo code on this page? Where do you type in promo codes? Niche Tiger, I think it all depends on you. I think Python and Pygame is totally fine. JavaScript and something like Pixie or Phaser, totally fine. Just, yeah, it all depends on what you want to do. I think starting with Pygame is a good idea. It also depends on how large the project is that you want. Okay, so seriously, where do I type in promo codes? Oh, here we go. Promo code, invalid promo code. Sorry, this promo cannot be applied to your account. Most promos are valid for new customers only. Yeah, so Coder Digital doesn't work. Oh well. Well, thank you, Original Pepper. Yeah. Yeah, if you're just learning Niche Tiger, then definitely Pygame. Just I think start with that. It's relatively straightforward. I mean, you're not going to make like, crazy awesome 3D RPG or something like that in Pygame, but it's making Pong. Yeah, perfect. Go with Pygame. So make a simple web client. Yeah, this is what I'll start with. There won't really be a REST API at the beginning. It's mostly going to be incorporating Restify. Then there needs to be a flag specifying whether to perform any requests in case I temporarily change IPs, or I'm provisioning a new region, or I'm updating the overseer. Will you try 2014 SSD? It might have expired, but it's stacked on my account. Yeah, sure. I mean, you're the one doing me a favor, so I shouldn't say yeah, sure. Code has expired, and sorry, this promo cannot be applied to your account. Most promos are valid. That's actually kind of funny. Their errors, they just concatenate them with and, apparently. Because they capitalize the S here. So there are two errors. Okay, what else do we have here? So submodules, I'm going to ignore this. Try 2016 Kanye, yeah. Try dankmemes.us. Deploying endpoints. How do I get the overseer on AWS for the first time? Oh yeah, so everyone, this is actually another question I had, I guess, as long as you're answering questions for me. So this, how do I get Git and Sinopia provisioned initially? So I was thinking I could either, there's the public route, which is that the overseer just reaches out to whatever services I'm using. And then there's kind of the private route, which is that I rsync onto the overseer. And I think I want the rsync route. But does that sound stupid? Like, how do I even... I don't think it's super important to come up with this right now anyway, but it will be. Also, did this connect to my Debian box? It did. Whoop. Okay, let's try this again. I will use the pointer fingers. PASSWORD, enter. Congratulations. All right, so I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't remember why I wanted to start this up either. I wanted to do something. Oh yeah, rsync. Yeah, I do have rsync. Okay, cool. So we're good. Yeah, rsync at 100%. Okay. Yes, 104% rsync. So I should write this into the overseer directly. Administrator interface. So wait, rsync works over what transport? Merlin. A secure way to set it up would be a secure way would be set up Git to S3 syncing, then use instance profile access to be able to S3 copy the data onto your instance. If you're putting a Git repo in S3 though, wait, why is this do you have a link to what you're talking about? Like, Git S3. I mean, the other thing I could do is just host it on AWS. They have a code commit thing. Publish to S3 using Git. No. And by the way, thank you for the people who said rsync over SSH. So that means that the overseer would need SSH set up initially, and then it needs to not have SSH set up once I've put this stuff on there. Which, how... How would I push to the box in the future then? Wait, let's put this question back on this list. Yes, 100% rsync. So rsync is over SSH, but I don't want SSH open on the overseer for production. So how do I put future pushes onto the box? Git push is onto the box. Or do I have SSH open on the overseer? It doesn't sound like it's a good idea. Yeah, actually, this is the whole reason I can't do that. So then when I set this up, yeah, I'm not sure. How would I do this? Could I have... I guess I could host... Yeah, here's what I could do. I could open a Git repo somewhere that the overseer pulls from, e.g. by box, something like that. You can leave SSH on, but not publicly available. Well, right. So this would be just make that port only available to other overseers? No, wait, what I'm saying is, okay, so I start, and this is what I have. Is there a cool shape for this? Yeah, so look, here's the cloud, right? Let's just get rid of this stuff here. So this is AWS, and I have nothing running in it so far. And I want to put the overseer, I want to deploy this thing onto AWS into its own VM. So this needs a couple of different things in it. This needs Git, it needs Sinopia, and Git needs to pull from somewhere. So what I was thinking is, remember, this is my like initial setup of everything. I guess once everything's running, I'll always have an overseer, so then I could turn off SSH after that. But then yeah, so how do I guess I'm not doing pushes to the overseer anymore. I'm doing pulls from the overseer, and this is just pointing somewhere out of the cloud, just to somewhere, either Bitbucket or Bitbucker or my own machine. I don't know. Yeah, no, the syncs would take place over SSH open up between the two of them. I think that part I understand. I just don't know about this, like the initial provisioning, and then any Git pushes after that. And one other thing I should figure out here, as long as I'm talking about this stuff, and I gotta go get lunch in like 5 minutes. I don't want to keep my wife waiting. This stuff, preventing external bandwidth. So replicate repo to secondary. So this is done with rsync over SSH, but obviously SSH is not open to the whole world. So I could just use the VPC for that. And then, so NPM is just allowing outbound TCP to NPM. No, what I'm thinking though is, what if I didn't want any, like I'm hosting Sinopia on the overseer. So anytime I do update something that should be in Sinopia, I'd want to update the overseer. It could pull that from NPM. That could be fine. There could be outbound traffic to that. But what it sounds like is the overseer should have outbound traffic rules and no real inbound traffic rules other than to the web client. So for provisioning, what about Puppet, Chef, Ansible, SaltStack? So I looked into some of those. I don't know if I would need to do something like this, but yeah, maybe, hang on. What did Nish Tiger say? Maybe it's a good idea to look into. I'm not sure. And no, Nish Tiger, I think you need to hang in there no matter what you're looking at as far as coding goes. I don't think it'll take ages, but I also don't think you should have an expectation to make like starting with Pong, that's totally great. Yes, you can have that expectation. Starting with like Halo, for example, no, do not expect to make something like that in the next year. And as long as you have your expectations set for scope correctly, then yeah, I think starting with Pygame, just my very first project, if I were to set one for you, is just put a rectangle or a circle or some basic shape on the screen and move it around with your arrow keys, and that's it. And that's like that's half of Pong right there anyway. Well, it's less than half. Okay, so I'll save some of this stuff for later, I think. So rsync, I'll need to think of how this is going to work. So conclusion for now, it sounds like having the overseer open outbound connections to specific servers, e.g. NPM, Bitbucket, my own machine, is a good idea. Then when I do a git push from my box, I'm not really pushing directly to the overseer. I'm instead having the overseer fetch what I want. You can do HTTP, non-SSH pushes. Interesting. One thing I want to write on here is, so for all coding tasks, keep in mind to look at any libraries that may be helpful. Sometime I'll learn how to type. Multi-tenant Git server using Node.js. Oh, but if something like this is running on the overseer, I wonder what the footprint of this is. And is this being updated? Not really. I don't know. I might just do the outbound connection thing. Limiting access, you can do a VPN limit, or you can limit to a list of IPs. Yeah, I think limiting it to an IP is probably what I'd start with. But before he says, I'd suggest trying to replicate it. Oh, that's not for me. Could also just host Git on the box with over HTTP, not SSH. Here's what I'm thinking. If I were to do it this way, the way that I described here, about having the overseer open outbound connections to specific servers, then I need to have some way of saying this box is not even provisioned yet. Yeah, so overseer needs to keep track of its own state. It may be in a state where Git or Xenopia have not even been set up. Or you just put it on AWS or their code hosting service. Yeah, actually, yeah, maybe that's a good idea. They charge for storage on that? They probably do, but it's probably not that much. AWS, what's it called? Code commit? I think it was code commit, because code deploy is something else. Yeah, private Git repositories. Okay, and then their free tier pricing was what? 50 gigabyte months of storage. Yeah, so, and then up here, once they charge $1 per active user per month. For every active user, you get 10 gigabyte months of storage, which there should be more than enough. And the Git requests, there shouldn't be very many. So it costs $1 per month. Okay. Oh, and thank you, Merlin. Yeah, I'm going to start wrapping this up in a little bit. Also, if you don't have custom modules, Xenopia might not be required for you unless you want a cache of those node modules that you use. Yeah, I do want to cache the npm module so that I have as little outbound traffic as possible. Although I guess this is really just on, no, it's not, never mind. Every time a game server starts up, it's probably going to need to contact the overseer for npm stuff. Which I hope that's not too much traffic. I'll have to look into this. There's another way. I could mitigate that by making the Git endpoint configurable so that I could point at my own server. You might even look into including node modules in Git. Oh man, that's a lot of files that get spewed over Git though. Also, I hear a dog barking. I have no idea where that's coming from. There's probably a dog trapped in the walls somewhere. I don't even own a pet. Could host Git on the box over HTTP. And then one other potential solution here, which is what exactly? Oh yeah. This could be a good use of AWS's code commit. I would only really need to use it for the overseer. Then the overseer can replicate it if I'm worried about spending money on code commit. Or just host it on code commit forever. But this would only help for Git. Yeah, I think there needs to be outbound traffic. I think that's my conclusion here. Conclusion, outbound traffic is the way to go since I will basically always need that for npm anyway. Unless I want to put this, actually I should just look into Xenopia. Darn it, I'm generating too much stuff and I know I'm going over time here. Just gonna keep doing that. Local npm registry. How do you add things to this registry? Using private packages, using public packages, override public packages. publish to go with servers and type this. You'll be... Okay, I think this is what I'm going to do partially in the afternoon. So test out Xenopia, see what it would take to be able to say I want to upgrade Lodash from X point Y to X point from let's say 1.0 to 1.1. How does the overseer get this new package? We used to do that before. Oh, it automatically caches on the first grab, so we have a list and we iterate over it. Xenopia does? So reaching out to the public, yeah, okay. Sounds like I could just have it reach out to the public npm repos, and then it will cache it from then on out. Okay, I'll look into this, and I think then starting this stuff I can just continue to do. Okay, so then that's what I'll work on in the afternoon, and let's take a look at who used to be on the lunch list. So there were Frunky, Nico, and Horforia. Frunky, Nico, Horforia. So Orin and Frunky are for today. All right, and thank you for the help, everyone. I shall grant these some points. So like I said, when I get back from lunch, I'll be back for about 4 hours. So BRB lunch 45M. Oh, Horforia has also joined the lunch list. So I'll say to remove these people as well. So now let's do this. Nope, nope, I wanted this over here. Okay, cool. So close these things. Tell your wife I said hi. Banned from Twitch. Okay. Cool. So thanks everyone for watching so far. I'll be back after lunch. Hope to catch you all then. Bye. So, yeah, people are linking things. Is this an overseer? Oh, I'm sorry. Big sires. What's the Void Dreamer conspiracy? Oh, Watcher's gone. Uh, how many views does this video have now? 256. Wow. When I was 10, I had a plush called Rug. It's so funny. uh, it's Lewis. And thanks for following, Lewis. I don't think I saw when you followed, actually. Huh. Also, I'm still going through chat. You guys can see that it's like a quarter of the way through the scroll bar, a third of the way. So I still have not seen what people have said yet. Turn off his webcam? No, I wanted people to be able to still see my lights change. You shouldn't. I like the chair. Okay. Hey, it's Void Dreamer. Oh, wait, when did Void Dreamer join the chat? When did I miss this? Sup, Rog? Whoa, what? I'd scrolled past everything about Void Dreamer, apparently. Yeah, so Wouter said this earlier. I'm going to paste this into chat. I don't know what this was, the Void Dreamer conspiracy. I just saw a bunch of purple, and I'm like, oh, I've read all the purple things so far. Okay, I'm going to just skip through a lot of this now. All right, he's back, so this is the stuff that I've missed. All right, cool. Leo says, I'm French, sorry for my English. What is your software where you can schedule tasks? So I think you might be talking about plain tasks. Let me do this. I'm not sure if you're referring to plain tasks. What else? Oh, whoa, you okay, Void Dreamer? Plain tasks is gulp. There, I beat Superman to it. Alright, so let's close out of that. And that, and that. Alright. So REST API for managing any actions or health monitoring. This is going to go into the Overseer folder. So let's do this, Overseer. What is this? Okay, I will have to. Rug sends this, presumably about Judge Bacon. I don't know. Drilled a chunk of flesh out of my finger. What? Oh, wasn't anything there to get stitches. Oh, no. No, Void Dreamer, don't do that with your fingers. I'm not asking you about urgent care anymore. I'm sorry to hear it. Wow. So test out Xenopia. Let's go try this out. typing a lot slower now. Okay, use private packages. So how does this work? Install -g Xtopia, npm set registry. Oh, I see. So you point your registry at a particular place. Then if you use HTTPS, add an appropriate CA information. But then something needs to, oh, Xtopia runs on what, 488.73 by default? Let's try this out. npm install -g Xtopia. Oh man, Void Dreamer. Just sorry to hear it. A good thing rarely begins from npm install. Nah, I disagree. You ready? A good thing is about to begin. Actually, how do I change the registry back to what it used to be? Like, how do I check what registry I have right now? npm help. This is not doing anything. It's probably a very difficult help command. So there's npm set. So there must be npm get. npm get registry. Oh, there we go. So here's the default registry. Oh, npm-rc? Okay. All right, so let's set something up. Let me take this over here for a sec. What is this? Programs node. Yeah, I'll make a new node over here. So we'll put one about Xtopia here. So basic setup, and we'll just put this here. So npm install -g Xtopia, then install run Xtopia, then point npm at Xtopia, then what? That's it. Set up CAs for HTTPS if you want. Just see the site for the command. And then I'll write here, note the default registry appears to be this. You can always do npm get registry to find this out before running the above command. Okay, cool. So let's try this. Baconsizzling.com. I have to admit, I'm curious. Let me get my headphones. Oh, the internet has everything. Groton says, what's your reason for not making the full switch to Linux with Windows as dual boot? Oh, I already have that set up. I still think I'm faster on Windows than I am on Linux. Okay, so as far as testing this out, we just need to run Xtopia now. This should say that it's running on a certain, what's this? Yeah, okay, we got this. Why is it warning? Warn HTTP address? Shouldn't that be an info? Well, whatever, doesn't matter. Let's try this out now. So now we're gonna do this set and, oh, what am I even testing by doing this? Making sure the web traffic doesn't go out? Did I run that? Oh, I apparently ran that already. Okay, well, npm, I don't know, let's go to test Xtopia. npm install --save low dash. So what's this doing? Is this thing listening over here? HTTP get low dash bytes 0 out of 115,000. Rec user. No such file or directory, package.json. Okay, that's fine, but it at least made a node modules here. So next time I try doing this again, what's it going to do? Let's delete the rm-rf node modules. And now let's install again, I guess without the save this time. And now what does it do? This should get another request. It did. HTTP 304. What is 304? Not modified. Oh, cool. Okay. Nice. Hardcore Pronmon? Do I want to even click this? This sounds like a bad idea. Don't click that. Yep, okay. Then I was right. Sounds like a bad idea is a bad idea. Whoa, what was that Bing I just saw? Why does everyone like go up in arms when they see Bing? Okay, well this is great. So after that, any npm install that you do will use Xtopia, and if you don't have the package cached, it will fetch it for you. HTTP response equals 200. If you have it cached, it returns it. HTTP response equals what? 304. Not modified. So the only question is, let's say I have a package.json that says to install, what do these carets mean? Anything at least version 6? Yeah, so is this going to go... I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Like, does this... I don't actually really care what the answer to any of this is, because, yeah, I don't really care. It caches by version? Okay, so, no, it caches by version. So if you did try installing just whatever the latest version is, or, okay, well, how do I ask this? Like, what if Babel had upgraded to version 6.2 and I just say, oh, just install Babel for me? Is it going to go ask npm what the current version is? Oh, a giveaway is in order? Sure. Oh, see? BM Davis? I don't think I've ever seen BM Davis. BM Davis. They're apparently not even in my chat. What? How did this happen? 2 days. Wait, yeah, I must have seen BM Davis. What's going on? Did they leave as soon as I typed that? No. That's weird. Yeah, it will ask for the current version. Okay, so then I would need to specify exactly what version I want installed. No, it caches by version. If you just do a plain npm install and a new version of something, well, if you just do a plain npm install on a package.json, it will query npm's central servers to see if there's a new version before checking the cache. Do you get minus points on being reward? Bitcoin mining isn't technically free money. I mean, you have to leave a computer on for a very long time usually. Generally good practice to specify exact versions on your package.json. Yeah, okay. So, because of this, you should probably just change your package.json so that you specify a particular version. And that is the whole, so let's see, npm semver. Are, what is this? Are carrots mentioned on this page at all? Caret ranges, here we go. Allow changes that do not modify the leftmost non-zero digit. Got it. So because of this, so no more caret ranges. Upgrade the major version. So instead just use the @ sign, I'm guessing. Wait, the @ sign doesn't even show up in this documentation. Oh, you probably just don't specify anything, right? No, Groton, what I'm saying is if you're going to use a search engine regardless, then it's free to use any of them given that you would have searched anyway. But mining bitcoins is something that you could just choose not to do. But anyway, I agree that that's not a good enough reason to just use something. I also don't have a problem with Bing. That's the other big reason. Like, I don't, when I want to use Google, I use Google. When I want to use Bing, I use Bing. So wait, you just specify, if in package JSON, I don't say @ I just say the thing there? Okay. Instead, just specify the number on its own. No @ either. So just something like this. What's going on tonight? That's what's going on tonight. Okay, got it. Cool. All right. So then Xenopia needs to run on this. How much memory does Xenopia take up? How do I even find this thing? Where's the command line? Where's command line? There it is. Xenopia. It's this one. So it's taking 40 megabytes of RAM. What is this? What is this thing? Huh. Okay, well, we're probably going to hide that column. All right, and then I'll write here, Xenopia seems to take about 40 megabytes of RAM on a regular Windows install. Maybe the cache would increase that. I'm not sure. Okay, so let's close out of that. So Xenopia has been tested out. Now I'm going to start coding this stuff. Oh, see you, Rug. Hey, Rug, why the 46? I'm just kidding. I already saw your answer twice. It's coding time. Also, I think I'm going to do something that I very, very rarely do on stream. I'm going to play something for my own listening. I don't remember. Okay, I found it. Good. Merlin, yeah, my back is doing, it's doing okay, I think. I haven't had muscle spasms at least, so that's been good. Okay, so let's start to work on this. So I have the overseer folder, and I want to have the REST API up and running. So I think it's mostly just get Restify to work. Oh my god, the first 40 seconds of this video are silence. Okay, there. And you guys can't hear anything, right? Because that's important for copyrights. if you're listening to music, Kazoo Kid. I already. He's listening to Vegas is like. No, I'm listening to this. Okay. So REST API for managing any actions or health monitoring. Let's set this up. I want to think of how main's going to work here. Probably similarly to how the server is working. Let's shut this down. And now npm is going to fail completely, right? So if I were to rm-rf node modules, does this thing know how to fall back to just using the right registry? I might need to set this again. Yep, it fails. Okay, let's update that. So it's this. Yeah, so npm set registry there. npm set registry. Yeah. So now I can install Lodash if I want to. Not that I want to. I just want to make sure it works so I don't screw anything up. I eventually want to install Restify. Yeah, it works. Kappa radio. Not going to happen. REST API for managing any actions or health monitoring. Let's do this. First, code JavaScript overseer. The server here, when it started up, is this even main? Run server.cmd. No, it did run main. Main.js. What does this have? Very, very little code. Yeah, I think I want to leave it that way. Okay, let's copy that main.js over to, what's it, infra overseer. Git cd. Done. So you're working on this full time or in your free time? It is full time, yes. So I typically stream for about 32 hours a week. And unfortunately, and I've got to tone this down, I've been working almost every day of the week, but just not like 8 hours a day. So there's not much time where I can just say, oh, today's a totally free day. I can do whatever I want. Although I still get like large portions of free time here and there. But yeah, I got to keep a work-life balance in mind. I thought 12 was pretty good. Oh, I want to check that video out. It's still on my to-do list, I think. But I think I want to listen to the Sonata first. So if I go back over to the infrastructure folder, I have main.js now. Let's take a look at this. The overseer is going to have a lot of configuration eventually. So I think we'll leave this as is for now, and then we'll go take the server that I had from before. Let's do this server.js. Okay, so now this is exactly what I'd had before, and we can make a run command as well. Yeah, let's copy that over. cp run server.cmd. Okay, so if I run the server here, what's going to happen? Can't find Lodash. Oh, right, I need a package.json over there too. What did it have here? Had Lodash and JSON over TCP. I think doing an npm in it here is what's best. I should also make a new Sublime project at this point. Or add this one to that Sublime project. Which is better? Let's make a new project. So let's do edit project, copy paste this into, so let's do add folder. I have to navigate to this thing myself? Seems silly. Okay, can I save this now? Yep. So save, and I got to save this in my Sublime folder, wherever that is. Where is that? Here. And it is going to be botland infra. Okay. All right, you know what? This is distracting. I'm going to just take that off. I don't know if the stream quality is worse for that time or not. Groton says, how do you fund living expenses? So when I started, I had saved up some money for this, and I also have a wife, and so she has a job and she has an income, and that means we have an income. So that's how living expenses are being funded, and I guess development expenses too. That's the money I'd saved up. So I want to open up this project, edit. It's got that stuff in it right now. Let's change it. I just want to make sure that this is still here, because this is pretty important. Yeah. Okay, so now I have the botland project that I want. I also want to open up these things in there. So we open up to do and post stream. There we go. Hide the menu. All right, so now we could close this. This is just botland. We can close that. Now we have botland info open. Would you like me to donate a code for Sublime Text 3? Oh, no, thank you, Merlin. I do appreciate it, but I think I'm fine with Sublime Text 2 for right now, and I also don't know how I feel about donations yet. I'll probably open them up at some point. So now I can go to main, I can go to server. Let's take a look at what we have. So the very first thing I want to do is just set up a Restify server. And I should make a new thing in Postman as well. So I think it is important to open up just the botland project here and take a look at how I did this on the server. I included Restify, and I had promises as well. I call it create server. I think I need to do the same thing. And no, Merlin, you're supporting just by being here. I know that might sound cheesy or lame, but like I wanted to stream so that I'd ideally have an audience. That's what I wanted. And I wanted an audience for two reasons: to keep me on track and to share what Botland is with the audience. And so you know about Botland now. That's it. That's great. And if you want to share a link on your Facebook or something like that, that'd be cool too. For right now, I think monetarily supporting me is not necessary. Of course, it would be appreciated if I'd opened up donations or something, but I think I'm going to save that for at least a bit longer. I've been talking about this since September now. I'm finally going to start having some costs to Botland. Before this, I think it was, to developing. Most of the time, the development was free, but now the development's going to start costing money once I use AWS. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to make this server also be the Restify server. I don't know if it's worth bundling this up somewhere else. Let me take a look at this. So we make a server, we call use on a whole bunch of things with Restify. Then we set up routes. So yeah, I think having a REST server separate would be good. So let's save this as restserver.js, and we'll make this use Restify. So I'm going to get rid of most of this. Also, I would probably need, okay, so let's call this overseer, sure. Sorry, name can no longer contain capital letters. Okay, overseer, sure, version, description, don't care, entry point, main.js, test command, don't care, get repository. Yeah, I don't care about any of this stuff. So we're going to set private to true. We're going to include that util file from a while ago, which I don't think has much in it. Yes, it has the exists function. Adam, have you ran through the cost of AWS? It might be faster than you expect. I am not sure exactly what you mean. I haven't computed what the cost would be. And you might be saying it might be cheaper than I expect, or maybe it might be more expensive, or I might run through my money faster. I think while developing, so I'm on the free tier, I will get a certain number of micro instances for free, a certain number of hours of that. And because I only stream for 32 hours a week, and there are 750 free hours a month, and I only stream 32 hours a week, 32 hours / week, then I'm only using, what, 128, or, yeah, actually. Yeah, I'm using 128 hours a month if I only keep the VMs on when I'm streaming. So that would let me have like 5 different VMs. Well, eventually, yes, it will cost money for me to host this stuff, or I have to be very careful about what's launched at any given time. And I don't know how expensive that's going to be. It all depends on how many VMs are running. And see you, Weedley. Thanks for joining. And thanks for following, Silver Darkshine. You will get a link to control my lights. Alright, so this is the exist function that I had in just plain old botland. What is this polyfill? Exists. So we're going to put this here. Returns true if the value is defined and not null. And then this here. So it's the same code that I'd already had. I don't need net here. Also, this is the REST server at this point, so I guess we say REST server. How did I do this on this one? I just called it server. Okay. We're gonna get rid of these things. We probably don't need this. We might need util. We might need Lodash. So the REST server is launched on a particular port. And now the code that we want is more closely related to this. So let's just copy paste all of this out into here. This takes in a port. We make sure that no, it doesn't. It doesn't even take in a port. We should verify it at some point. Okay, set up routes, use cores. Yeah, this stuff's gonna change because we only want this to be open to what? We actually want a REST server that's open to the internal services, and then we want a REST server that's open to the world. And by the world, I actually just mean me. I wonder how I'd do that. Maybe AWS is what handles that. Yeah. I think that's what I would have to do. So the REST API will also be available to the matchmaking service. I think that to secure these endpoints, Jesus, exits lurk mode. I think to secure these, I would use the VPC. Oh, Spurtman, you helped out. Although you actually did donate a lot of snarky comments, that's true. The REST API will also be available to the service. I think that to secure these, I would use the VPC and middleware. Thanks for the follow. Jesus. Okay, so then let's get rid of this stuff. We need that still. Restify, I don't actually have this included yet. So let's go include it. And then install it. Oop, restari. No. What happened to that command? There it is. Check your whisper, I sent you some code. Yeah, I saw that. Checks the client's accept header to make sure the request can be handled by this server. Hey, Impro. Let's get rid of this. Set up routes and server.listening. Server is listening. Where is that? Server is listening. Oh, logger.info. Okay, so yeah, we need a logging thing set up for this too. This is all the boilerplate code I'm going to need. Let's do this. Socket data handler. Yeah, we don't need any of that. So finally, there's just setup routes. That's the only other part of this that we need. And that's where we have all of this. So let's set up a very simple route here. Slash is going to be handle ping. Handle ping is going to be, what is it? A rec res next kind of thing. Rec res next. Rest.send 200. A, B. So I think we can try that out. This is not the botland REST server. This is the overseer REST server. The most coding I've ever done is in doing inspect element in Chrome and messing with it. That's a good start. I mean, I think everybody's beginning to programming might sound very basic to people. Some people start by saying like, yeah, I really wanted to mess with the assembly level stuff, but I don't think that's common nowadays. All right, so let's take a look. We have main.js. This is going to call into server. I don't actually want to do that yet. I want to call into the REST server. So let's do const REST server equals require REST server. Let's get rid of that for now. And then instead of making this, we'll say REST server equals new REST server. And we have to specify a port for this. I'm just going to have it be 8181 right now. Is that what I'm using for my, whoops, that's not what I meant to click. I meant to click this. Let me take a look at this. That's not opening. There we go. Oh, I used 8080. So let's do that then. And that's it. I think that should be all I need in order to set up a very, very basic REST server. So now let's run that. We'll just do node main, node mean. And it says must specify a port. Right, I never set it. So let's get rid of that for now. It's still saying that, which means, oops, I modified the wrong code. Oh, goody. No, I didn't modify the wrong code. Where am I? In the overseer, and I ran main. And it still said must specify a port? More main.js. I'm not modifying what I think I am, that's for sure. Oh, that explains that. I was in the wrong folder. Which means anything I did in here was probably a waste of time. What did I do in here? Node main, node main. Oh, install restify. Yeah, that's an issue. Okay, let's fix that. Let's install that over here instead. npm install save restify. Let's close out of this command prompt after fixing the issue that I just coded into here, which was put this in. Then we'll open the folder and just manually delete our restify that we had. So just delete that. There, we're done. We forget about this. Close the tab. We won't mess with it any longer. All right. So now let's try running this node main. It should say, oh, can't find Lodash. Did I not install that either? I probably didn't. Nope, I actually forgot two things here. So we need Lodash, and we also at some point are going to need JSON over TCP. There, cool. Node main should be running. Server's not defined. Did I? Oh, REST server. Whoops. Logger is not defined. So this is true. Logger is not defined. I could say here something like console.log instead and write a note to myself to get the logger in place. So set up a logger. Yeah, there we go. It's listening now. So now let's try connecting. I'm going to make a new, how do I make a new project in here? Plus. Cool. This is going to be bot LAN infrastructure. All right. So let's copy paste this, duplicate over to, can we do this? You can't move across project? Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh well, fine. Let's just make a new one, I guess. Wait, what was that? What was that? How did that even just happen? Huh. Keeps track of a history in here. Alright, so let's make a new one. What does add folder do? Oh, you can have subfolders inside of this stuff. Oh, interesting. Maybe that's a good idea then. Botland will just have an infrastructure folder and a not infrastructure folder. Does that make more sense than what I'm doing? I don't know. Let's add folder for account server and then file all of these things under there. Oh, you can't do this easily, can you? I need to just manually drag them up to here. That seems very silly that you can't just select multiple of these at one time. No, you can't. Okay, well then this will take about 10 seconds. Look at this APM. I should play StarCraft 2 with this. Done. Hey, Tank in a suit. Thanks for following. Okay, so account server is finished. Now we can make a new folder under here called infrastructure. And under here, we should be able to copy paste this. Yeah, nice. And now we can change this to ping. Send. We got it, AB. Nice. Now what we should also do is make this say exactly what it is. This is going to be the infra. So it'll be infra hello. That way we have a way to differentiate it. We just hit send here and we get infra hello back. Good. So that's it. We have one route. Do I have server is listening? That's their handle ping, I don't think. And setup routes. Just want to make sure there probably should be something different between setup external routes and setup internal routes. What do I want to do for that? I'm not sure. Maybe nothing yet. Maybe this is fine. And I want to put a comment at the top of all of this. This class handles REST APIs. I'll say internal and external REST APIs. Anything internal should be restricted to IP addresses that start with 10. Could I do this? I mean, I could make middleware to do this, definitely. So let's try this out. If I put middleware in here of, I need to bind it, right? Let's take a look at setup routes. Yeah. So it'd be an array. And it'll be this dot internal API only middleware dot bind this. Okay. So this is going to take recres next. It's only going to call into the next if the request comes from a particular place. So let's just do this. We'll do JSON.stringify rec, and then we'll call next. Or not just JSON.stringify. We also need to log it, of course. Otherwise, I'm not going to see anything here. And we'll also say just rec before it. And I'll run this again. And we'll take a look at, oh, missing what? Oh, whoops. Okay, we'll run this. And I'll just hit send, and it'll tell us converting circular structure to JSON. Okay, here's where having the JSON decycle is important. There's probably an npm package for that, actually. Where's npm? Yeah, this one. I've had too much chocolate. Well, you lost a couple fingers today. I think having some chocolate is fine. merplix.net. Neat. Cool. rec.ip is what you want? Oh, okay. util.inspect decycles? Really? And util is built into Node, right? Oops. hello. Oh. Does it take in any arguments? I didn't know about this. Wow. Colors, if true. Let me take a look at colors true here. Oh, that's Unix colors. Oh, the ANSI color codes, whatever, which is not Windows. Wow, interesting. I did not know about this. Yeah, use DevDocs. You tell me something and then I just immediately forget about it. So general node knowledge. See, it should go in here, but this note is gigantic and I need to fix this up. I guess I'll put this somewhere in here. Let me make sure that nothing weird is showing here. No. Yeah. Well, I can put this here then. Instead of using Douglas Crockford's decycle, I can just use inspect, which is here. Var util equals require util console.log util.inspect object with cycles. Okay, cool. Oh wait, you're saying just log this? Even with... Oh wow, yeah, you're right. No one knows how to handle that. Interesting. So what I can do over here is I can say, I mean, everyone already told me that it's rec.ip, but still, I wanted to take a look at this. So we can say require util dot inspect rec, which is probably a better stringify. In fact, maybe I should make a snippet for that. Whoops, not save load dash. All right, so that's everything. And somewhere up here we should see IP. I mean, I don't see it, but it... In fact, having just top level instances of this. A better stringify, look for it on npm. Yeah, I could do that eventually. I think, there's your point, every jerk. Yeah, let's try rec.ip. So console, actually just stringify rec.ip. You can do depth1, by the way, okay. Rec.ip is undefined. Oh, okay. Depth1, colors true. Headers. Something should say that it's coming from localhost or 127.0.0.1 domain socket connection. Rec connection remote address. Oh. So rec.connection.remote address. Okay, let's try that out. ::1. Interesting. I wonder how I'd restrict this then. Like, what if I tried accessing this and I was on AWS and I saw ::1? How do I know what that means? I guess it just means anything that starts with : means I'm on the same host. Is there some way I can try accessing this as though... No, I don't know. I don't know what I'd be doing here. Oh, it's localhost. Oh, it's IPv6. Oh, I did not know that. Okay. So we have this. Let's inspect this thing. In fact, let me write a better stringify. Browse packages, user, stringify.sublime snippet. We're going to copy paste this into inspect.sublime snippet. Cool. So cdata console.log $1 require util.inspect object to log here, comma, where does this correspond to? This is that, yeah. So comma, we'll say depth 1, colors true. And then just change this to inspect. So now if we want to inspect something, we should be able to just type inspect, and then we can say rec.connection dot dot remote address. There. Let's try that out. How many points do you give? So I give points somewhere between like 1 and 6 usually, where 1 or 2 is like, hey, that was a little bit helpful. And 3 to 6 is usually you found a really good bug or you helped out in a huge way. So remote address is just a string. Interesting. Huh. So let's look at the Restify docs. Actually, would dev docs have Restify? I kind of doubt it. Documentation must be enabled in order for it to appear in the search. No, it's not there. Has React though. That's pretty good. Remote address. Yeah, so it is just a string. Whether or not it represents IPv4 or IPv6, I guess I wouldn't necessarily know. I'm sure there's some library for me to know this though. And in fact, that's perhaps what I'll need to do. Node.js, convert string to IPv4. I'll say address to IPv4. Or does it matter? Maybe it matters. I'm sure Node.js has something in here by default. Convert IPv6 to IPv4. Okay, what is this? Is there some conversion here? Because this is showing up each time. Well, I could use node search. Or npm search, I mean. All internal traffic is in AWS is IPv4 by default. Just do what starts with. Well, I could, but then when I'm testing this locally, it's going to be harder to do, right? What's IP? What is this? Parse and look up IP network blocks. Get your internal IPv4 or IPv6 address. IP address utilities. Get your IP address, compare IP addresses, validate IP addresses. Oh, neat. Wow, there is a lot of stuff here. What does this depend on? JSCS. Oh, these are dev dependencies. Oh, it has no dependencies. Wow. How big is the script? 9 kilobytes, not bad. Wait, but you can't just do ::1, right? Because there's also apparently this ::0:1 is the same as localhost. But yeah, I think that would be an easier way of doing things probably. Okay. Well, yeah, we can do that. So const remote address equals rec.connection dot remote address. If remote address, so if the remote address doesn't start with 10.0, 10 point, or, well, how about this? How about if it starts with that, or if remote address equals ::1 is this thing? Yeah. Then we just call next. Otherwise, you say it was banned. Console.error banned. I'll also set up linting for this stuff, I guess. Set up linting for this code. So banned IP address, or not internal IP address found for internal API. All right, let's try that now. So when I do node main and I run this should work. Nope, it said external IP address found for internal API, ::1. Oh, whoops. I gotta say return here. Because it actually did return the thing that I wanted. There we go, cool. So that now it's allowed. Okay, so we have a way of stopping that. And then anything external is going to be something that is only allowed to be used according to AWS's rules. And that needs to be very carefully monitored here. So I need to secure that as much as possible. In fact, I wonder if just SSL is fine for that. Anyway, setting up a logger, setting up linting, I think that all goes into separate commits at this point. So let's make the first commit to this. This should go here. Botland infra, where did that just get put? Here. What is going on? All right. Botland infra. So we can go to commit. This is going to have a whole bunch of files in it. Yep, like we got to git ignore node modules, of course. So let's take a look at the git ignore we had in our other project. Git ignore. Node modules, dist, game server, thumbs, db. I'll copy paste this, but I don't want all of it. I want some of it though. Where does git ignore go? Just in the root? Yes. So we'll just put this in the root as well. Git ignore save. Okay, now we don't really care about dist, game server, central server logs. Coverage, yeah, we can get rid of that too. So now if I take a look at the commit, it should be very different because there should only be like 5 files. Okay, good. Yeah. And of those, we don't want to check in server yet. I am Jesus. Unfortunately, I don't ever get transcode options for users anymore. At the very beginning of my streaming, I seem to have occasionally, but now it just doesn't happen. So it's whatever bitrate I'm streaming out is what you get. So we need to verify the REST server port. So let's do this. REST server port equals basically what we had before. I'll just change this to REST server port. Then we need to make sure that that exists. REST server port must specify REST server port. And if it doesn't exist, we could set it to 8080, but I'd rather explicitly say what this thing is. And then let's use it here, REST server port. And that's it. Great. So this is in charge of launching everything. Yeah, we have a cert, we have that, we have that. Okay, good. That all looks good. What other code do we have? So I verified that. Package JSON, I don't think I need to do anything else for. Yeah, looks good. REST server. Cool. Yeah, so slash is now an internal only API. So if I were to, let's find out, IP config. 192.168.1.10. So if I were to connect to that from, I don't have another device over here that can do this. All right, well, we'll have to test this later, I guess. Oh well. I'll test it on AWS eventually. So basically everything that's set up here should have the same kind of middleware, which is this, internal API only middleware. This middleware will block any IPs that aren't on the local network. Okay, everything else here looks good. And this is not an internal only middleware. And this should be probably set up external routes, set up internal routes. So let's do set up internal routes and do all of the same thing that we have here basically, just slightly different. We'll do just slash test. So there we have it. Slash test can only be used on the local network. It does the exact same thing as slash. So this would be terrible design if this were the real thing. Sets up any internal only routes. All of these routes should have middleware such that no one outside of the network can access this. And this is where I want to write up here. The difference between internal and external. The difference in implementation between internal and external is a middleware deep layer. Internal routes can only be accessed when the remote address is determined to be local. Okay, good. Yeah. Oh, we need a real logger here. Let's get rid of that for now. Oh, actually, console.log works this way? Wait, seriously? It does. I didn't know that. Did I know this? Console.log %s is %d. Oh, you can't do that, I think, but you can do this. Test 2. How long has this been working for? Weird. I mean, I copy pasted this from my own code, so some part of me knew about this. Okay, I think we can check this in, or at least we're very close to being able to. There are a couple other things here. Nope, I didn't want that to happen. Let's just close that, and then util.js. Yeah, cool. Everything looks good. Initial commit for the overseer. This launches an incredibly simple REST server. Yeah, there we go. So if I hit push, it should push without asking me for a password. It won't because I didn't. Oh, it did. But I didn't configure this. Okay. Well, don't question it, I guess. So set up a logger and set up linting. That's pretty important to do this stuff. I think linting's probably easier to do, so let's do that, and it should find the console.log statement that I have. And I think I have ESLint on my machine. Not there, I don't. How do I run this on Botland? Pre-commit. Where does that exist? There it is. Gulp pre-commit. Okay, so it's a gulp thing that's doing this. I don't want gulp for this. I do not want it for this project. But I recognize the importance of it for some stuff. The nice thing is that as far as gulp goes for running ESLint, it's totally fine for things like that. In fact, if we look at the shared gulp file, pre-commit runs lint. Lint does exactly this. Take all the source you have, pipe it into ESLint, and then format the results of that. So if I want this, this is dead simple to get. Now, do I want this? I think so. As much as I hate to say it, I think it could be helpful. Okay. Well, yeah, let's do it. Botland infra. Where am I going to put this? Just here, I guess. Gulp file. Okay, let's load it up from here now. So we don't need half of these things. We don't need notify. We don't need any of that. Let's just take these. Colors actually might have been nice. Do I want colors on this stuff? Yeah, let's take colors as well. Hey, Peachy. People wouldn't use gulp if it wasn't helpful. If you're going the ESLint route, I would seriously suggest taking a hard look at Atom. It's baked into the gutter. Yeah, I don't think now is the time to look at Atom, though. So I think I'll set this up and then have to consider it for later. Oh, I don't know what that would involve for me. Consider switching to Atom. Just take another look on stream sometime. So one of the other things I'm going to do is back up Sublime folder, including... Okay, so the way I've been running this before, I specified all of the code that I wanted. I think I can delete all of this. Yeah, all of this. And we'll just end up with lint. So we've got to manually take in the paths. Let's say const source code equals source code paths. No, just paths. Const paths equals JS code. Good. So then here we need to specify a path to this thing. It's going to be overseer / star.js essentially. So how do we set this up? Gulp file / yeah, so we just basically want to take something like this. Shouldn't be too bad. All right, so now when I go to infra, gulp lint, local gulp not found. Oh, I forgot to install gulp. Save dev gulp, and also whatever else gulp uses, colors, and probably gulp ESLint, package JSON, ESLint, ESLint config Airbnb, gulp ESLint. Severn Almighty says, "You Adam, long time no see. How have you been doing?" Yeah, long time no see for you too. When was the last time you came in and chat? Because I was gonna say a lot of people, at least like most of the time when you say long time no see, it's a two-way street, right? Like if I don't see you, you don't see me. But there are a lot of people who see me without me seeing them because I'm streaming. I've been doing pretty well. I think I just today started a task that's probably gonna last about 3 months, I think, of development time. And it'll be interesting to see how it goes. There's a lot of stuff to get right here. Spurman, don't forget MS operating system. Long time no chat, yeah. This is taking quite a long time. Maybe I should turn off the progress bar. What is that task? What do you mean? Oh, the 3-month thing I was talking about? It's DevOps stuff. So it's setting up the back end of Botland for the millionth time. No description, no repository, no README, no license. None of that should have mattered because I set private to true. Yeah, what? Description, repository. Okay, let's just get rid of these things. Description, there's no repository. Author, was it, am I supposed to say is private or something? Let me take a look at this. Private, true. No, that's all I'm supposed to do. I have this written right here. Weird. Get rid of this too. Oh, whoa, something's wrong. It didn't, uh-oh. That's why. Oh no. Oh no. I installed it in the wrong place. Okay, well, we can just probably drag this. Wait, we don't want to drag this over to there though. There was no package.json there. Oh man, how did I screw this up? How did I do this in Botland? Oh, I just put a package.json there and I called it Botland. And okay, yeah, fine, let's do that. There's already a precedent here. Just paste this over here. Call this Botland infra. Take that out, take that out, take this out, and that, and then we'll put dev dependencies in here. So this is where it looks like this. But I don't know what versions it installed. Okay, let's just get rid of that. Let's just run the same command that I ran before. It shouldn't take very much time because it should realize it's already cached and it should just put it in my package.json, hopefully. That's what I'm hoping happens. It looks like it's taking just as long as it did before. Well, that's a shame. Wait, it says those end messages about your package.json can just be ignored. No, they can be, but in this case, what it meant was that I didn't have a package.json. I thought I was in a different folder than what I was in. Oh, and a Windows Phone. Yeah, that's right. Although I kind of want to get rid of that. Okay, finally, we installed this stuff. So now if I do gulp lint, does it work? Does it? It has to. If it works, it'll point out the console.log that I left in the code. I don't know why it would take this long. There's no reason for that. What's this doing? The only thing it should be set up to do is take in all the source code that I have, which is in the overseer, run it through ESLint, and format it. So why is this taking so long? Is there some other file I need here that I don't remember having? ESLint.rc, that's what I need. Yeah, cannot read config file. Okay, I found out as soon as this thing told me. Rather, I should say at the same time this thing told me. So what do we have here? Env ES6 true. That's not technically true though. Globals, Hammer, Pixie, Blockly, IO. We don't need any of those things. Maybe, no, yeah, we don't need any of those things. Extend ESLint recommended. Plugins, no, we don't have React here. Okay, let's try that. Try running that. This should find ESLint.rc now and then work pretty quickly. So if it's not finding it, would you like my ESLint config? I'm using the same one that I'm using from Botland, and I want them to have similar coding styles, but I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure what this is going to find. And one of the issues right now is it's taking a really long time to do anything. There are only like 3 source files to look through. So I'm guessing it's going to say it can't find the ESLint.rc again, or that some other weird issue happened. I'm not running this from a different file at all. Granted, the last time it complained about this, it was searching inside strange folders in here. Oh, right, because I forgot to... Oh, whoops. I know why it's taking so long now. I forgot to make it not do node modules folders. Do I need to do that? Yeah, I do. I do. Okay, yeah, we need to cut this out. Oh, that was silly. Let's try this again. So not ./overseer/node modules. There, now this should work very quickly. Yeah, there it goes. Okay. Cool. This is pretty good. So REST server is defined but never used. Strings must use single quote. Can use strict be put in single quotes? Apparently it can. Util is defined but never used. It will be eventually. I don't know if I care about that. Let's just run this again. And then a whole bunch of console statements, but that's in server.js, which I haven't gotten around to fixing yet. So REST server only has 2 console statements left, and then there's the util that's not used in it, which I might as well just put this here. Okay, good. So linting is set up, and I fixed some linting issues. There are a whole bunch that I haven't fixed yet, but that's good to have. So let's commit that. Set up linting, and oh, I almost forgot my trademark star, and fixed some existing linting issues. So we want this, we don't want that or that, we want this and this. All right, good. Cool. Next, logging. So set up a logger. I don't know if there's a logger that's better than what I'm already using. I use Winston. I like Winston. I think it's pretty good. I've used it now a lot. Yeah. Okay, how do I install this? Winston. Oh, good. I like it when the name of the package matches the thing you're supposed to use to install it, because that's not true for... There was something... Oh, Uglify, for example. It's Uglify.js, not just Uglify. So let's do... logger should be installed probably in each individual folder that needs it. So let's just go into the overseer, npm install -save Winston. I have a bunch of setup logging stuff over here that I've been using, and here, log interface. That's what I use in regular botland, not just the infrastructure. And this is set up to either use console.log or use Winston, and that's meant to be used by a browser or just command line. I think I don't need a generic logging interface, although it would help to have it, so I might as well just get it. Oh, and that way I could provide a null logger as well. And then the default logger is console. And export all of those functions, which I would need to change this whole thing. Maybe it is just worth using Winston. Not sure. I like the interface that's set up here, and I don't think... Okay, let's take a look. On game server main, somewhere in here I must set up Winston. Where do I do this? Logger.info. I just start using this stuff. What? Where does the Winston stuff happen then? I don't remember. I don't remember any of it. Well, I guess we can just search require.star_Winston, and that'll find it for us. Speaking of .star, we need to make sure that we're not searching too many files in here. We kind of have this set up. Does each project have its own find replace or its own search history? Let's take a look. So if I just search, I don't know, let's just pick a stupid folder here, the Dell folder, and I search for giraffes or long horses. Okay, fine. Searching 15,000 files. Presumably it's not going to find the word giraffes. That'd be pretty weird. So I got Winston. Then when I close this and I reopen it, so I go back into that botland and I do Control-Shift-F. Yeah, this has its own... Okay, cool. So I don't need to worry about this. And we can close out of that giraffe search. So what I'm going to change this to is git cd here. Paste this in to here. Get rid of that stuff. Get rid of that. I don't need any of that. Server logs, don't need that. Dist doesn't even exist. None of this stuff matters. Coverage we'll keep because we might want eventually. So now when I find, it'll search for what, like 10 files or something like that. Yeah, 10 files exactly. Right on the nose. All right. So botland infra. So then, getting back to the logger, there are two places Winston is required. Setup logging.js. That's why. Create log folder if not exist. Log error handler. Setup logging. Yeah, here's where this is going to be pretty much the same whether I'm using this on botland or whether I'm using it on the infrastructure servers. And that's where having Git submodules could be useful. Maybe I pull them out as necessary. No, I can't do that though. I need to change the signature of this because this is I used ES6 for this stuff. Although the only ES6 things that you see here are import and export. Only ES6 specific things. The rest can all run on Node. Where is setup logging included from? Do I even want to do this right now? I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, I can't say that I'd be happy with this. So console dot, the only place this shows up is what? Yeah, actually a bunch of different places. Okay, let's take a look at what it would take to put this into botland infra. Setup logging. This would need to be done in pretty much every service. Shared logging. Okay, so setup logging. We have import star as logger. We don't really need this. We can just use Winston directly, I think. Because all this does is provide the interface that we want, right? Logger dot provide logger. Yeah, we would just get rid of that. And then logger dot log equals logger dot info. Yeah, we get rid of that too. So then this goes away entirely. File system and Winston. So I installed Winston already. We have create log folder if not exists. This is pretty straightforward. This function is called when a Winston logger fails. And then the rest of this should be fine. 3 megabytes. I mean, we'd have to tune these numbers a bit. But if that's it, if that's all I'm doing, then we can go into main.js and let's try this out. So const, you don't need to do this really. This exports one thing, right? Module.exports equals setup logging. This isn't even required from there though. It's like dot dot slash shared slash logging slash setup logging. And then we would call this function and then what? We can use Winston and everything will just work. We need to figure out how we're setting this up though. So this goes back to the find results here. We call it here. Import it and then just call it with a path. Okay, let's try the same thing. So we import it and then we call it with a path, setup logging, dot slash test logs. And then let's get Winston. Winston equals require Winston. Winston.info hello world. All right, let's run that. Node main, let. You can't use let. Good old setup logging. Guess we say, does this ever change? It does change. So we change it to a var. And stats, does stats ever change? No, so that can become a const. Do we use let anywhere else? Nope. Cannot find module Winston. Did I not just install that? There's Winston. Did I put a dot slash? Is that why? No. What? Overseer main. npm list Winston. I have this, don't I? Oh, it's the shared code that doesn't have this. Man, that's what makes this annoying, huh? Okay. Then this just got a little bit more tedious. In the shared code, we need to make a package.json here. overseer package JSON. This needs to have, so logging. Let's call that logging. Version description, that doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. There, that's it. So now we can just do npm install. And now we'll have this in the different folders that we need. And now everything should work. So if we go to infra overseer, node main, must specify REST server port. That's fine. It would have already printed this thing out. So we can check by seeing test logs contains log.txt. So we should see a hello world somewhere. This is really hard to find, so let's just search for it. Hello world. No. Weird. Yeah, weird. Why did hello world not make it into here? In fact, let's delete the logs. So rm test logs /star cannot remove test logs /star. Oh, it's Unix, so you have to use a /. Or it's a Unix tool, I should say. So now we run this again, and what do we have? Info, hello world. So what? Do we have hello world in our log now? No, we still don't. I think it's because of setup logging. I think it's set to not log to the file unless it's higher than info. Yeah, console is info. File is only, where's level? Verbose. Yeah, got it. Let you log level to include log level, yo. I think that's the same conclusion. Oh yeah, you said say your log level. Sorry, having a stroke. Yep. How can anyone be as far decided, go and do more, be like, whatever. That's everyone in a nutshell. Create shared folder. That's also done. And design code is done for now. So set up a logger, pretty much finished. I think we just say logger.verbose here. In fact, errors print to the error log. Feels bad, man. Yeah, I actually felt bad saying that stuff. Let's give you a point. Now we'll both feel better. Okay, so Winston logging has begun. This did not print the verbose message, or I didn't run it. Hello world 2. What is, okay, hang on. So setup logging, I said level verbose. Does it mean it has to be higher than verbose? No, it would mean it has to be verbose or higher. That's strange. All of the rest of this looks like it's fine. It's just that I don't understand. Let's delete this again. Try one more time. Winston logging has begun. Test logs now has log.txt. This does not contain verbose in it. So I think I screwed up the setup logging. Yeah, weird. The other thing that's weird about this is it got an info call with Winston logging has begun, which shouldn't happen. Yeah, weird. Don't want your dirty points. Huh. Okay, let's look at the API for this. So logging, let's just search for level info configure. So do I ever make a new Winston logger? No, I don't. I add loggers through this thing. I know how to fix, but I don't want to help anymore. Well, I should eventually come to this conclusion. Yeah, so the level verbose does exist. And the way that they construct things is with a new Winston logger each time. Do I... Is verbose not a function that I can call? No, I think it is. Logger.verbose will be logged in both transports. Transport.file.level. Weird, let's try this. Winston.error test. So the error printed out. This still doesn't have anything. There's no error file either. I must have screwed something up. I just don't know how. Verbose log name. Verbose is higher than info? No, I know, right? So, oh, are you saying I'd have to get rid of the console logger for that? No. Oh, wait a second. Info stuff wasn't printing the console either? Oh, this was all based on that assumption that this would print to the console, and it apparently never did? No, it does. Okay, yeah, then I don't understand anything. All right, so yeah, here's the part I don't get. I have this set up so that console, when I do winston.info, it will print to the console. But winston.verbose does not print to this file. That's the part I don't understand. Maybe I screwed up how... No, I don't know. Strange. Doesn't matter what order I add these in. Also, info still manages to make it to this file. I don't follow what this is. Are you going to use log.txt or only error? I just wanted to see if this was working, to be honest. I'm not even trying to accomplish anything for the infrastructure anymore. I just now want to figure out this problem. Log.txt is a file that should be receiving verbose logs and is not. And I don't follow why that's the case. Like if I do winston.verbose hello world, because setup logging is set such that... What if I name this something else, like log2.txt? Am I even calling into this code? Yeah, I am. Weird. Weird. Yeah, weird. Okay, what if I set this to info? Does anything ever make it to here? Info message, verbose message. So the info message should have made it into my log, and it not even that does. Hey, Timon. Okay, well, maybe this isn't worth looking into any longer, although this also has an implication on botland. I think working with multiple loggers, winston.loggers.add. I think I'm not even calling that function. I'm calling winston.add. And winston.loggers.get. Winston.setLevels. It should have these levels though by default. Set levels will help remove all the previous helper methods. No, something's weird. Let's search for set levels and figure out where this thing actually uses them underneath. Here. The levels they have by default are... They're just applied as functions, actually. Config.npm.levels. No, that shouldn't be an issue. I do find it very strange that this doesn't work. Especially given that log.txt has one line in it, and that's it. Weird. Max files 1000. Max size. Name, file name, handle exceptions, true. Weird. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, let's go back to their main documentation and see how they add logs. By default, only the console transport is set as a default logger on the default logger. You can add or remove transports via the add and remove. Transports.file, file name some log, and remove transports.console. Yeah, so I'm doing that still. It does not work when I comment.console, as far as I understand. Log.txt still does not contain anything new in it. Okay, well, let me take a look at this then. You can instantiate themselves. You can work with this logger in the same way that you work with a default logger. So I don't need my own logger. I need my own transports. Transports. Multiple transports of the same type. Each instance of a Winston logger can have multiple transports configured at different levels. You may want error logs to be stored in a persistent remote location like a database, but all logs output to the console or a local file. There are several core transports. Interesting. Console transport, okay. So file transport here, level. Silent? There's no way that that's true by default. Depth, log stash, show level. Huh. And I must have tested this before when I wrote this code originally, which was like a year ago now. And does this, okay, hang on, let's take a look at Botland and see in the game server, are we getting logs for anything else? We're getting error. Yeah, we're getting info. Wait, so this is working for Botland, it's just not working for the infrastructure? Because I had copy pasted this code, except for one little bit at the end here. Or setup logging. This loggers.get console.onError. No, wait, this stuff's the same, right? Let me just copy paste this. Diff with clipboard. No difference. That's impossible. Yeah, that's impossible. I changed. Oh. No, that's not impossible. Okay, I gotta find setup logging again. Okay, there we go. So now it should be. There we are. So import logger. And what does logger do exactly? That's just for setting up this thing, right? Provide logger, this dot logger. Okay, that part should be fine. What else is different about this? Path exists. We changed it to a var. That should be fine too. Okay. Something changed here, but nothing obvious changed. Oh, I commented out just to test things out. Yeah, what am I talking about? Yeah, and then the rest of this is all fine. Huh, weird. Just spit out that snippet? What do you mean? I wonder if this has to do with some amount of time. Let me take a look at something. Set timeout function. Let's put this stuff in here, and then just try waiting a second before we do this. And now I'm going to run this, and we're going to see if this contains stuff in it all of a sudden. No, it doesn't. It's not a time thing then. It's presumably not a level thing because I have info here, and I'm doing info and verbose. What if I said error here? So did it get that error message now? No, it still didn't. Weird. What is going on? Huh. I wonder if it's because... No, but my errors only thing is getting... Wait, oh, I think I know what's going on. Yeah, I think I know what might be going on. Yeah, okay, I realize now. So it's only setting the level for... so if I run a test here, that's where this is going to start working now. So if I set this thing to verbose, then it'll work. It'll print that to that log. Okay, that must be what's happening. So now if I look at log, yep, there's the verbose message. All right, that's the problem. Oh, I thought you were... Okay, never mind. I see what you're saying. Yeah, so that's an issue. Now, how do I make this... Let's take a look at the original code that I had. Winston setup. I had log.js. Where is the Winston code that I had here? Yeah, let me take a look at this off screen for a sec. Winston.add. Just want to make sure nothing weird shows up here. What was the problem hoisting? I'm about to figure out what the problem was. The issue in setup logging, anything that was called in here would work using these logs. Then after requiring it again, it didn't do anything. So let me see how this worked. I had a setup logging function even in my very, very old code base at this time. Setup logging, Winston info, and this was called from this file. Oh my god, wait, is this... No, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, I know why. They're two different Winstons. Okay, yeah, that's the issue. Wow, okay, that's a very weird thing that I did not expect to happen. So here's the issue. I have infra, the folder infra, and underneath it I have overseer and I have shared logging. And under overseer there is node modules, and this has Winston, and same thing under here. So these were referring to two different instances of Winston. I didn't expect that would happen. Huh. Oh, this is where things get really strange though. I guess I should make a generic logging interface. Alright, well, let's do that then. So in node modules, let's just get rid of Winston. That would have made things pretty easy, but we can't do that now. I'll get rid of it here too. So now it's just gone from this stuff. Now setup logging should give us a logger. This is pretty silly. So shared logging, we have setup logging. I feel like this should all just be part of a logger class. Because what I was using over here, log interface, that's this stuff. And then I import a bunch of functions from it. It's going to use Winston as its log transport. Yeah, so in botland, when I call this stuff, what I'm doing is I'm setting up logging. Where does this even happen? I set up logging, and then somewhere else I make use of that logger. Provide, where do I do that? I have to do it somewhere. Provide logger. Where does this happen? So I'll run a little giveaway there. Good job, Chris X842. I do this here in setup logging, right here. So this is actually responsible itself for importing the logger. How does this work? There's one logger. Oh, default. Import star as logger. Logger.provide logger. How does that work? Ah, it's a singleton. That's how it works. Well, now I know. The light control. I should just write that in the Phantom bot. CD what commands? Actually, let's just do this. Find stir / snc. Lucky giveaway. Yeah. So we'll say lucky person name has one control over Adam's lights. There. I feel like we should throw a PogChamp at the end of that. All right, so this thing being a singleton is worth describing in here. Defaults to using the console. Switch this to a logger with levels. I just don't like this at all. In fact, it's to the point where no, I think making a generic one of these is a good idea. So this is a singleton that is exposed. Actually, how is this even used really? Yeah. Exposed. It's logger. Wait, provide logger, get logger. So its logger is customizable. Is this overkill? I don't think it's overkill. I think the thing that's weird about this is, and yeah, I thought about that, everyone. I think the thing that's weird about this is that I'm using this in botland in one way, and then I'm using it in the infrastructure in botland in another way, and they should be combined, but they're in two different repositories entirely. Okay, then yeah, we're going to save this. We're going to do this in a slightly different way. So this will be log interface. This gets shared into, or saved into the logger code. So log interface.js. We're going to remove some of the cruft that we have here. There, just the debug call, I guess. So log info verbose. We might as well save debug if we're not really removing anything. These can't be exported this way though. We need to get rid of exports from all of this. And then anything that had export. Actually, let's copy all the function names. There. Now we have all the function names down here. We can just say module.exports equals. There. And hopefully that works in the version of Node that I have. If I say var a equals 5, and then I say var b equals a, then b.a should be 5. Yes, it is. Okay, good. So then that works. Great. I shouldn't need to change any of this stuff. This should all just be fine. It's a very generic thing. So now setup logging can import that. Const logger equals require log interface. And then down here we can take the code that we removed. We don't need the test there. I guess we just take what I had in setup logging, other than a couple of statements. So we take the stuff at the bottom and put that there. Put this back to info. Was this always verbose? I don't know. Let's just compare the two files at this point. Diff with clipboard. So the only differences are import can't be used, so we're done with that. export can't be used, so we're done with that, and let can't be used, so we change both of those. And great, now everything should be hopefully pretty good. Let's go back to main.js, get rid of Winston, get rid of anything else that we might have there. Actually, we want to change this to not just setup logging, but the logger itself. Logger. So now these things can change to logger. And let's remove the test code, the test logs stuff that I had there. Run this again, and we should be fine. Just too much to worry about here. I'm closing all of this. I don't care. So we're going to go to infra, overseer, node main, and please work. Unexpected token ... Oh, the spread operator doesn't work in here. Oh, that's going to make things annoying. Because now we need to do a .apply with args. And no logger. No, the logger needs to exist, right? I don't like that. Yeah, I don't like this. And thank you for the follows. You guys will get control over my lights in a bit. Nylon Gamer says, that seems pretty hacky to me. Wait, what seems hacky? Nothing, I don't think anything's too hacky about this. This is already the interface I was using. I think the thing I don't like is that I copy pasted a lot of this. And now here, I can't use the spread operator. And what this transforms into is code that I don't think I would naturally write. So I think I'm going to do a .apply with the arguments. Let's take a look. So function foo ... args bar args ... args. What is this going to do? Oh, it's just a .apply anyway. Okay. And if I were to call that on a thing, baz.bar, then it puts baz here too, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, well, that's what I'd have to do. We could just change this manually by doing this. Arguments. And then here we save off the logger. Const logger equals this, and then logger dot this thing dot apply logger arguments. So that should work. Oh, let's try this. Class default logger. Block scope declarations are not yet supported outside strict mode. Oh wait, that was the only issue here? I didn't put strict. Oh no. Oh, come on. Use strict. I shouldn't need to do that here. But then if I do function foo ... args bar ... args, does that work? No, I don't think you can recognize the ... here. Right? Otherwise, yeah, no, it doesn't know how to do that. Okay, so then this should work now. Oh, I didn't put use strict here. Use strict. Unexpected eval or arguments. Oh, I didn't need to put that there. Debug, unexpected identifier on 103. Oh, I forgot commas. Okay. Oh, well, we'll eventually have fixed all of this stuff. There we go. Oh, look at that. Everything works. And now inside of here, in log.txt, we should see a verbose message. Yes, verbose messages. And errors. And info for some reason. Why info? Oh, verbose means log everything verbose or higher, or verbose or lower, however it's framed. And so this is going to log everything. And then we have an errors only thing that's only going to log error. Okay, got it. Great. I think we're good. I think we had it in logging. I think we don't worry about this anymore. So let's take a look at the code. Let's also lint the code. So if I do gulp lint there, now we should be able to get rid of all of our console statements. In fact, that's what I should have done. Let's take all of this out. So we're going to put this into overseer logs, or maybe just a logs folder. That way we can blanket ignore logs folders. Minus star slash logs slash star. Let's make it lowercase. And let's also open up the project preferences and delete logs out of here, I guess. Ooh. All right, so console.log statements. We got to put main.run back in here, go back into the REST server, take out the console.logs that we had here and console.error, and put in what I'd used here on line 7. So I have the logger now, and instead of console dot, we're just going to change this to logger dot. And there, that's it. Now this should, well, it should also print on the terminal. Let's delete this and let's just kind of take a look side by side here. Cannot find main. Oh, I'm not in the overseer folder. Must specify REST server port. Okay, so that's actually intentional. So let's just set it. REST server port equals 8080. We should see loggers. Hooray. Winston logging has begun. Oh, I'm in the wrong folder now because I called it logs, not test logs. Which we would have seen the first time too. There is our problem that we had the first time. Cool. All right, I think this is good. So now we just need to run the linting. All right, so all of this is in server. I don't care about any of that. Logger is defined but never used. I don't really care about that. Let's get rid of that. So set up the logs in the log folder. Looks good. Linting again should have 15 problems, all in server.js, which I have not started coding yet. Perfect. Perfect. So added a shared logger class. This is adapted from the ES6 code that I wrote for Botland. Yeah, it's mostly the same thing. In fact, it's pretty much the same thing. What is this? Simulation server. I clicked the wrong thing. It's Botland info we want to check in. Okay, looks good. Looks good. I don't ever want to check these things in, so let's git ignore them. Add to ignore overseer / logs. Git ignore recursively. Sounds good. So run server, I'm not even using, just delete that. Server.js, what is this? Yeah, still haven't messed with that yet. This, and this I want to keep checked in. All right, good. So a REST API is exposed. There's the logger, the linter set up. What else do I want to do? Okay, good. So now I've secured them in a very basic way. Hey, Risa. Oh my God. Almost reverted. Actually, I did revert, and then I double reverted. Make a simple web client to interact with the Overseer API. So that is what I shall do next. Let's just do some lowrider coding. So I can close out of all of these things. This is not high enough. Okay. So make a simple web client to interact with the Overseer API. For now, it should be in a separate folder, but I may eventually lump it into the Overseer itself. Yeah, so let's do this. Make dir, what do I want to call this? Overseer web client. Is that a stupid name? Actually, wait a second. This shouldn't even be in this. It shouldn't even be in this repository. In fact, I don't even think it should exist. I think my Overseer web client should just be Postman. So let's just cancel this task. What desk do I have? Let me see if I can link it. How would I even search for this anymore? Let me check my email. No, I'll just try to find it. It's from Costco. I'm not sure if I'll be able to find it though. Let me take a look. I'm gonna take a look off screen. Although, do I need to do that? No, let me just do this. Desks and workstations. I adjust. Oh, there it is. It's, well, it's not this color scheme, I think, although maybe it is, I can't really tell, but it's this desk. What happened to chat? First one that remembered, how do you remember? What? Oh, the pronunciation of your name. You told me, I wrote it down. And by the way, I think this desk is pretty good. I haven't had any gripes with it or anything. So that's my review. Seven Almighty says, you stand all the time? No, I don't. I stand some of the time, and whenever anyone asks about that, I link my desk video that Wouter adapted. So, Overseer needs to keep track of its own state, and maybe in a state where Git or Sinopia have not even been set up. That's true. What are the different ways this can happen? So, if I start up an Overseer for the first time, it's possible. Yeah, so when I start the Overseer, it doesn't know whether it's starting for the first time ever or if it just crashed and is being restarted. It should first check to see if a primary exists and is accepting traffic. How do you remember without watching? I'm not sure. I don't know. I mean, it's like, how do you remember what a banana tastes like without eating a banana? Like the desk video only because of the Planet of the Apes reference, yeah. Hey, Karis. Access denied. You don't have permission to access Costco.com. What? That's weird. Well, anyway, it's an uptown height adjustable table product. Uptown height adjustable desk. It's probably, anyway, you could probably find it on some other site. I don't know where. I don't know how it tastes without eating it. Okay, well, an analogy screwed up. So the primary could be in a bunch of different states. It could be in a state where it knows that it knows it's updating. I don't know. I basically need to make sure that it can reach out to the primary though, and then the primary will tell it what to do, unless it's the primary, in which case, yeah. If it's starting for the first time, it may be the primary. This is a bit tricky. So, let me think about this. I start the Overseer for the first time. It would know, I guess I could just store something on disk that would let it know if it had started before, if it started successfully before. Be the primary. I could save something on disk that would track whether the Overseer had ever started successfully before. When I start the Overseer, it doesn't know. Okay, well, it can figure out if it's supposed to be the primary or not. But there are, the basic scenario is primary and failover, and the upgrade scenario is primary is the old version, secondary is the machine being updated. In which case, when the secondary comes online, it'll talk to the primary, and the primary will say, no, you're updating right now. In this case, the primary needs to know that it's in the process of updating. So maybe what I do is I worry about the basic scenario for right now, and I work on the upgrade scenario later. We manually copy over files on the original instancing, then everything else we'll grab from the primary. Yeah. So what I'm thinking is, my idea of manually copying over files would be pulling from Git, setting up whatever environment needs to be set up. And this is where, yeah, something like Ansible could totally help. But pulling from Git, setting up whatever environment needs to be set up, pulling from NPM, and kind of making sure everything's totally set before saying, okay, the system is ready. But even in the basic scenario, so the primary isn't done being set up until it is finished connecting to the basics. Git, NPM, AWS. You don't have permission to access Costco.com. Are you trying to access this from like a school network or a work network? If you offload Git to AWS, it would take a lot of pain away. So what I was thinking of doing is Xtenopia's headless essentially along with your overseer. Wait, what? Git is headless too, right? And what I was thinking of doing is kind of a mix where AWS may host Git just for the sake of me being able to push to it from outside, and then the overseer being able to pull from it without having to go external. And then the overseer hosts Git for everyone else on the network. Oh, and no, I think Redu was asking Kairez. Oh, lacking in a init. I don't think that's going to be too difficult, though. Also, Xenopia, something else I didn't finish figuring out with Xenopia is, and where did my DevOps stuff go? So one of the other questions is, Xenopia runs as its own process. I need to make sure, actually, I guess this isn't a question, I'll just put this in here. Part of, where is it? Preventing external bandwidth. Xenopia runs as its own process, so I need to make sure that it restarts itself as necessary. So here's what I'm thinking of doing. And upgrade scenario is the next thing to work on. Tariest Python says, hey, just got here and I'm now very curious about that keyboard. there. PM2 start which Synopia? Oh, interesting. Yeah. I mean, I guess I could just specify the path and then not use backticks. But, okay, yeah. So here's what I'm thinking of doing. I think I'm going to set this up so that, how would I do this? Let me set up a Git server. Set up Git server on a Linux VM somewhere. Or just set up a Git server somewhere locally. And, oh yeah, I have commands for everything, Tarius Python. Try asking another question. I bet you'll have the answer in a command. Set up Git server somewhere locally. Then what I think I'm going to do is when the server starts, it should be able to identify whether it's the primary or not based on its IP. If it is the primary, then see if we're at the latest Git state by confirming with the local Git server. That's what I think is the best thing to do here. And then that'll just be one more step in this thing. So let's go to, what is the meaning of life? Oh no. Oh no, the dark link. I don't have something for Bing 42. No. Yeah, I don't have it. You'll have to talk to Douglas Adams. Douglas Adams 13531. When the server starts, it should be able to identify whether it's a primary or not based on its IP. This is something that's kind of hard to do locally unless I make sure I'm starting things on the same VM every time. Maybe I could do that. How would this work? In AWS, how to get the IP address of my own machine. First of all, if I were to run AWS, why is this taking so long? That took a long time. List. Okay, let's create an instance because I just want to see how this works. Created instance. Now when we list it, does it have an IP address? Okay, so it has an IP address. Is there a way for this instance to know what its internal IP address is? I gotta figure that out. HFM TV says, how long have you been programming for? It's been a while. I don't answer the exact amount of time. Well, honestly, I should probably just do that. Oh, I guess I just have if config or whatever. Can you SSH into that instance? Yeah, I can. I gotta wait for it to, oh, it's already started. Okay, so SSH. Run SSH AWS from user profile. Okay, let me do that. SSH AWS. You need to specify an IP address. Okay, let's paste this in. What is that IP address, everyone? Also, why is SSH taking so long? Connection timed out. No, that's not right. Connection refused this time. Let me check something. First key pair, EC2 user. You need to specify an IP address to connect to. Oh, now it works. Okay, SSH just takes like, I guess a minute. And then, all right, so we're connected into here. Also, the host name should be the internal IP. Make sure your firewall permits SSH. What is that? This is my VPC address, apparently. Oh, that's a broadcast address at least. Yeah, this must be my internal address, which is what it's shown up here, but I just didn't look far enough to the left. Uh, okay, but the host name should be the internal IP. And what is this? This is, I need to substitute whatever this thing. What? I don't follow internal AWS config for with the command you'd pasted or with, oh, whoa. Host name. Can I access host name? What? Okay, I didn't realize that. No, keep that IP. It maps to an internal AWS configured address. Yeah, I didn't know about that at all. Okay, thank you. So let's go to AWS here. And AWS wide stuff. Is this something I should say here? No, it's not. It's something I should say down in ECS. General information. Does it go here? I guess so. To figure out metadata about an instance, you can access an internal AWS config service from your VM. From here, you'll get a list like, what is it? Where did the list go? There it is. AMI ID, instance ID. Why does it say latest though? Is this just the last one that I made, or is this saying that it's the most up-to-date information? Well, okay, let me write some of this stuff down. So you'll get a list like AMI ID and host name. You can do, oh, hey, cool. Latest is the version of the API. Oh, cool, perfect. That's great. So then you can do, and I should write down the reference here. Okay, let's put this here. Getting metadata. Reference. Okay, so to figure out metadata about an instance, you can access an internal AWS config service from your VM. From here, you'll get a list like that. You can do curl this / hostname, for example, to figure out your internal IP address. No, latest refers to the version of the API, not the VM that you're using it from. Severn Almighty says, you want to do game dev or, oh, Tarius, never mind. And Tarius, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm not necessarily an expert on the stuff that I'm setting up right now. I am learning a lot as I'm going through this, and I definitely think I know like leaps and bounds more than I did even 2 weeks ago, but I still am lacking a lot of knowledge on just AWS in general and configuring all of this. And yeah, can't grab this data from another instance. That's totally fine. To figure out metadata about an instance, you can access, so from that particular VM, not from another VM. Local-IPv4 is the direct IP and not the host name. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, let's curl that too. Whoa, what's going on here? No. Okay, local-IPv4. Yeah, interesting. Wait, so the host name that I had gotten, what did that return? An internal address. Okay. So I should just change this to this. Local dash IPv4, for example, to figure out your internal IP address. Thank you, Severin Almighty. DNS address? Well, okay, so then one of the things that I'm wondering about is if, so this is what I'd written down. When the server starts, it should be able to identify whether it's the primary or not based on its IP. Actually, there's a bunch of stuff here, right? If it determines that it's not the primary and then it can't contact the primary, then it becomes the primary. If it determines that it's not the primary and that it can't contact the primary, then it should probably become the primary. I gotta figure this out. Oh, good, Tarius Python. Yeah, I think watching something like this would help then. And being able to just ask people, hey, how would you do this, can sometimes save you upwards of 3 or 4 hours of searching for it yourself. I remember what it was like not having a lot of knowledge on some of these things. And back when I was learning it, I don't think there were a lot of online communities or like helpful online communities. The internet wasn't as big of a thing, and it was more like it was harder to find things. And now, if you were having a problem about like, hey, how do I add to an array in JavaScript? Type it into Google, click Stack Overflow, which is almost guaranteed to be the first link, and just follow whatever the first answer tells you. So those sorts of very easy syntax things, it's great having something like Twitch where there's a chat room full of people sometimes who know how to code. I would say, let's see, there are 50 people here right now. Probably at least half of them have in some way interacted with code before. Because I took a survey at one point. I think there were like 40 people in chat, and I said, what would you rate your coding knowledge on a scale of 0 to 10? And no one said 0 of the 17 people who answered. So that's not representative of everybody, but in the chat at that time, assuming people were telling the truth, then like half of the people knew how to code. So when the overseer starts, it should be able to identify whether it's the primary based on its IP. And whether that's what actually happens or not. Because I feel like there are a couple of different situations here. When an overseer starts, if I'm the one who's starting it, then I can take my time kind of figuring things out, making sure things are working. Well, let's do the Git server bit. Let's start that up on this VM over here. In fact, let's shut down this VM, kill all. So this is going to cut out my SSH instance that I had running. So now if I do list, I should have one that's shutting down. Good. Okay, great. So let's quit this. We don't need that anymore. Rate mine -1 out of 10. And yeah, Tarius Python, it's all related information. So I think when you do learn one language, the next language will become slightly easier. You have a reference point at that time. Okay, let's set up a Git server over here. Where's my Debian instance? Here. So Git, we can do git init --bear, git help init, git init --bear. Yeah. So let's set this up somewhere. I don't know where. Make dir git test. So now I have a Git repository. Now, in order for something to be able to access this, I need to have something serving. I need a Git server. I set this up once a long time ago. Oh, and this Linux is Debian. On Amazon, what I was using was they call it Amazon Linux. I don't know what it's based on. Anyway, I got to check my notes because I've done this a long time ago, and I want to look this up again and figure out how did I do this the last time I did this. So git command line. No, it was not here. Oh, I did this for ophog a long time ago. That was like 3 years ago now. Setting up git. Okay, hang on. And I got to make sure I don't show this on screen because I don't know what's going to... What's that? Git server update info? What is that? I said not sure what this is for. On the client, do git clone. What? That was it? What? Okay, let's run another Debian instance here. Abdamaz says, what are you doing? I am currently working on some DevOps stuff. So I roughly follow the to-do list that I have in my Sublime document here. So right now what I'm trying to do is set up a Git server. This all kind of, so there are different levels of what I'm doing. One is I'm working on a game. That's the very high level. That's not really what I'm doing right now. What I'm working on right now is I'm setting up the back end for the game. And what I'm doing specifically there is setting up like one endpoint in the back end. And so I'm working on that right now. And what I want to try out here, so I have this Debian VM on my machine. I have, I think, a Debian 2. It's not even recognized. What does Debian 1 do? That's it. It's just SSHs into my box. Okay, great. So then where's 2? What's the IP address of this? Settings, network. Did I set this up already? I did. So I need to go look at my router to figure out where this is, I guess. Or just start SSHing into stuff until I make it into this thing. Or is there any other way to figure out the IP of this? What does show do? Switch to the windows of the selected virtual machine? I guess I don't have a way to do this. Actually, it says attached to adapter. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I ever got the IP address of this. I guess, oh, I must have started it with a GUI and then found it through that. Or I must have looked at my router. I mean, those are the only pretty much two things I could do, right? So let me go look at my router. 192.168.1.1. Please open up a router page. Okay, good. So let's see. A new firmware upgrade is available. I don't really care about that right now. I just want to find out what's connected to this thing. Attached devices. Oh, good. My router shows the Wi-Fi password in plain text. That's nice. Okay, IP address 1.24. That's Debian 1. Debian 2 is apparently not up and running yet. It says running. Huh. Yeah, but that's it. And if I were to ping 192.168.124, yeah, that replies. Well, what, 125 doesn't? Nope. Not like it would have to be sequential, but let's... Can I connect to this? Why did this not auto log in? Just a black screen. Oh, now it's a gray screen. And now it's probably connected to my router, is it not? I wonder why this didn't auto log in. I didn't do anything differently here. So I have... Weird. Okay, let's open up a terminal here. Oh, maybe I never set up networking correctly, and that's why this isn't showing up. Oh, that's actually very likely. Oh, okay, network attached to bridged adapter. And what about this one? No, darn it. Okay. Yeah, I forgot to do this. That's why it didn't show up. Okay, now what? Now if I refresh my settings over here. That was silly. Okay, let's just restart the box because I don't think you can just do that on the fly. I don't know if you can actually. Hey, Exogaming. Just click show and do it through the instance terminal. Yeah. SU-U. Never. I'd rather restart the machine than do something sensible. Okay, let me look up a couple of things. One was the, what is this thing called? VirtualBox? Huh, I never wrote this down here, I think. Install with VirtualBox, make and then start the VM. You'll be prompted at first startup to choose this. Blah, blah, blah. Change the settings of the VM. So what is this? Settings, network, choose bridged adapter instead of NAT. Right, and bridged adapter is not something I ever talked about in here, I think. No, it is. Debian install stuff. Alright, sorry, I was just taking some notes. Did you press the button before reading the button to push? Sorry, I'm just laughing at the whole... Everyone's looking for a quote. I actually can't find those quotes any easier than you can. I'd have to look through the entire database for it, which I guess is maybe slightly easier than how you can find it. Let's go figure it out. Open, browse, quotes. I don't even see it here. Oh yeah, there it is. It was the 8. Okay, so this thing is started. What has the best calculator? Windows or Unix? Alright, so is this thing on my network now? That's all I wanted originally. Ah, 192.168.1.26. Cool, so we can then go into this. So copy Debian1 into Debian2.cmd. Oh wait, change that to Debian2. Yes, SSH. Hooray. All right, great, that worked. Okay, so I'm gonna say if the VM was already running when you did this, you may have to restart it. Cool. All right, so here we are. Now, the thing that I wanted to do here originally was try connecting to my Git server that I just set up on the first one. And I had some notes from a long time ago, which I don't know if they're still even relevant now. So let's find out. So I did a git init-bear and then git server update info. I don't know what that does though, and I actually wrote that in my notes. So let's take a look. Git server update info. No entry. So what is this thing? Server update info? What is this supposed to do? Oh, Stack Overflow, hooray. Also, let me do something really quickly here. I want to log in so I'm getting my Bing rewards. Okay, cool. So what does it do? Dumb server basically means accessed over HTTP. So if you access your Git repository over HTTP or HTTPS, you need the update server info business. Otherwise, you don't need it. So if I were to try accessing this over SSH, I mean, that's not a good idea yet. All right, so this allows your server to be accessible over HTTP. So we're going to paste this in as a reference. Cool, let's try it. So who am I on this? Do I have sudo here? Sudo ifconfig. Oh wait, I don't need to do this. What am I doing? I have a title for that reason, Debian1. So we can do server update info. Oh, it's not a git command. Well, well, well. Curious, why do you stand while using the computer? Well, hi, Gun Games. I don't always stand. I just think I move more when I'm standing. Also, sometimes I stand like a flamingo. I don't know if that helps answer your question or not. I do this, which is odd for a human, and yet utterly natural for a mosaic flamingo. Nature in all of its glory. So where does this come from? Server update info? Git? How do I actually obtain this thing? Oh, it's hyphenated. Oh, it's all one word. Nope. No, it's not. It's not hyphenated. Oh, that thing was just hyphenated. Okay, wait, I was wrong then. So how do I do this? And does this even matter? Maybe your knees bend backwards? Every human's knees bend backward. What am I trying to do? I was trying to just host a Git repo on my VM and be able to access it from another machine. How to host a Git repo. I don't need to host it on Windows, but I imagine it's pretty similar. Git daemon reuse address base path. Huh. Do I have the Git daemon? I do. A really simple server for Git repositories. Well, well, well. It's a smit command. Huh. All you need to do is init-bear and then add the remote as an SSH address and push. Oh, really? You don't even need to start the daemon? Gun says, I've been writing SDL2 and OpenGL code all day, and last night my eyes are bleeding. Well, welcome to the stream, where your eyes only bleed slightly while you watch. Okay, well, I didn't realize it was that easy, so I can just SSH into here. I haven't set up any keys or anything yet, but I guess let's try this. So, make dir code, cd code, git clone. What does it run over? It runs over SSH. So SSH : / 192.168.124, probably colon, what is that thing called? Git test. This is not how you even do things, but either way, I don't have. Okay, let's fix this. Wait, so how do I? Oh God, I don't remember anything about any of this. Oh, everyone's gonna be mad at me. Debian. How do you actually get sudo on a machine? Does it matter? That's the question. Because I can switch user, but I can't do switch user do. Weird. Well, anyway, apt-get install git. Let's do that at least. Oh, an absolute path to the repo? Well, well, well. Failed to fetch. Oh, this is not good. IP not found. What? Can this even access the outside world? Do I have curl? No. Wait, what? No, yeah, of course it can. Otherwise, how did they find out how much it was missing? What's going on here? I'm so confused. Everyone in this channel has volunteered to watch this. I have not coerced any of you. Yeah, so that's one of the things I never really learned, actually. Where does sudo come from? I thought it was just on the box by default. Oh, hang on a second. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. So, where does this come in? I really need to make a, whatever. I don't know, I'll have to figure this out later. I also don't know how I ever configured the first VM. Huh. Or why this thing didn't work. I wonder if it would work over here. Gun says, I did not volunteer to watch this. My compiler got tired of throwing null pointer errors and said I had to watch 2 hours of this. Oh, okay. Well, then there's nothing I can do to speed it up. Unless I enter my hyperbolic time chamber. So let's take a look at something. First of all, I have sudo over here. Where did I get that? Oh, it's which on Linux. User bin sudo. And I don't have that over here? Whoop, that was a mistake. I have sushi. Did I install these things differently? Why? I don't remember ever doing this. And this was like 3 weeks ago, so how could I forget this? Can I just install it? Oh, apt-get update. Is that just what I did wrong? Oh, well, well, well. All right, so then I need to add this to my notes so I don't forget this stuff. So to host a Git server, just do git init bear and then connect to it with this address. To set up Debian, you likely won't have sudo by default. So do su and then apt-get update, apt-get install sudo. Yeah, okay, so it was the update part that was important. And then because I hadn't, all right. So, all right, I just figured it all out and with some help from chat too. So thank you. I apologize for that. Good. Now we should be set to just do sudo, actually let's control D, sudo apt-get install git. Cool. I am not in the sudoers file. What text editor is this? Tarius, maybe you're talking about the console I'm using. I'm not sure though, but well, now you know all of the different information. So sudoers. I never talked about how to do this, I guess. Sudo password for Adam. Hey, bot to root. Add yourself to a group. vi sudo. What? I had done this before, and I don't remember where. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't need this. I can just do this. apt-get install git. Okay, this should finally work. Then we can try connecting to this. So our username at host is going to be, I guess, Adam at host. And the host is going to be 192.168.124. Absolute path to repo.git. So what is the absolute path here? home/Adam/git test.git. All right, so now let's try running this. So I'm going to go to, do I have access to Git? Good. All right, so let's try this. Git clone. Did it work? Is it working? Password. Please make sure you have the correct access rights and the repository exists. It's trying // Where did the second slash come from? Apparently I typed it in, so let's try not passing that in. How about that? Add user Adam sudo. I see. I'm learning how to use a computer. How embarrassing. Does not appear to be a Git repository. I wonder if I need the slash at the end or not. No. That's not working. Or what if I even need... You appear to have cloned an empty repository. Oh, that finally worked. Okay, cool. So let's paste this in to here. Whoops. Check out my link. Oh, okay. Oh, come on. That's mean. That is just mean. All right. Well, anyway, Bot2Root, if you want to find out more about the game that I'm eventually going to be making, I've been spending 5 months on it. So there's been a lot of progress, and now I'm working on the back end. And yes, I look like a bumbling ape right now, but I'm not so bumbling when you get to know me. I am very ape-like, though. All right. So this is done. I can connect to it. I can pull from it. I just need to do the whole add user Adam sudo. I'm pretty sure I have this written down somewhere. Let me search for add user. Yeah, here it is. I wrote this down in my notes. I just didn't... The note is named very stupidly. Look at this. It's called SSL TLS Nginx Node.js from the day that I set all of that stuff up at once. And I wrote all of this install stuff, and I don't know how to find it anymore. So I just need to change this. What language are you writing the game in? I am writing it in JavaScript. Also, what is on my clipboard right now? Oh yeah, that's right. So then after that, as the super user, do add user Adam sudo. Ooh-wee. You know, I will say these days have been going by much faster than they normally do because of how much stuff is happening. I wish more things use SSH for auth and encryption. So, okay, I can pull from this Git repo now. Let's push something into it. I don't know. Let's make a file echo hello to a.txt, and then git commit -a.txt. Must run in a work tree. Oh wait, a bare repo doesn't work this way, does it? Yeah, you can't do that. I got to do it from somewhere else. Haha, watch this. Where is git test? There it is. Okay, so it's in the, so then we need to pull it from here. So git clone, we're going to pass this same thing in. There, yes, we're connecting to ourselves. Done. Cool. So now I have the git test repository. I can do the same thing I did here before. So echo hello to a.txt. And then git commit -a.txt. -a with paths does not make sense. Oh, git add. What am I doing? Git add a.txt. And then git commit -m test commit. Git push. Nice. So A bare repo cannot be, actually, I gotta change this then. So if I go back to git test over here, rma.txt, what? What happened in here? I screwed everything up. Police are coming for me. Git test. All right. So a bare repo cannot be used directly. You must clone it somewhere else, even if it's on exactly the same machine. I'm making this up, by the way. I'm assuming this is the case. Any advice for a CS major about to start upper levels? Yeah, don't take what you're doing for granted. You are in a pretty good environment right now where you have access to a whole lot of resources, and make sure you're learning things and asking when you have a question and practicing things and coming into this channel and talking to me about your tuition. You may get cloned from a directory. Yeah, I should have just done that. If you're going to clone from the same machine, just clone based on the directory so that you don't have to authenticate. Or maybe you still have to authenticate it. You get why it needs to be bare though, right? Because there's no reason to use it interactively. I mean, to my understanding, it doesn't need to be bare. I think you can create a repository either way, but there'd be no reason to ever access it directly. That's my understanding. I don't know. I think that's probably wrong. So you should fill me in. So I added a bunch of stuff. So after that, you can create a basic file to be used. And that was what? Just echo hello to a.txt, git add a.txt, git commit -m, first commit, git push. All right. And by the way, thank you for the follows, everyone. You will get a whisper from BotLad sometime in the next couple minutes. And that'll have a link to control my lights. So if you want to change the color of them, feel free. Oh, pushing and pulling requires a bare repo. Oh, so it's either interactivity or it's pushing and pulling. But is needed for pushing/pulling. So I'm going to add this into my notes somewhere. Now I have more of a structure. This is something I didn't have with Evernote, I feel. So after that, create a basic file to be used. Yeah, push it. So over here on this one, when I do git pull, so I should have git test. I go into here, git pull. I type in my password, which I screw up multiple times. And then now I should have a.txt, which should say hello in it. Perfect. We've completed the hello world of setting up a Git repository. Hooray. Next, when the overseer starts, it should be able to identify whether it's the primary or not based on its IP. If it is the primary, then see if we're at the latest Git state by confirming with the local Git server. That is simply the git reset -- hard. And then let's just take a look at the document here. Right here. Git reset -- hard. And then git pull. Tarius Python didn't get the lights link. Do you have whispers enabled? Wait a sec. Hang on. Let me look into this for just a moment. It created one for Giftedify, Abdamaz. Then said token client disconnected. Why is that? So 3:44 p.m. So like 20 minutes ago, 25 minutes ago. That's when it worked. And now what? It doesn't work anymore? Let's try it out. Now it works. Weird. Let me see if you guys are still on the ode list. Token, or resume token, more ode. Who is on the ode list? Yeah, there are some people. So it must not be able to see that you're in chat right now. It's definitely kept track of you. I bet I know what's happening right now. Yeah, it thinks 24 people are in chat. That's the problem. So this could be a Twitch API thing. Here's what I think you should do then if you're one of these people who shows up on this list. If you just come in a chat tomorrow or the next day or anything like that, you will still be remembered as being owed a token. And as soon as you're recognized as being in chat, then you'll get a token. And fine, Root Killer. I shall give you a token. There. Okay, so when the overseer starts, it should be able to identify whether it's the primary or not based on its IP. Oh, and yeah, Root Killer, it's because I manually gave you one. I don't know if you, well, there's a delay on what I'm saying, so you probably put two and two together by the time you heard me. All right. And yeah, Root Killer, oh, yep. Okay, it obviously worked if my room just turned bright pink. So this is the part, getting the startup of this to work is pretty important. To be able to identify whether it's the primary or not based on its IP. So if I'm on AWS, I get the IP in a totally different way from if I'm not on AWS. So this is the first AWS versus non-AWS thing that I want to look into. So when I am testing locally, I should be able to provide a flag about whether I'm running on AWS and then switch on that accordingly. Pink Max Light is the best. Hashtag pink stream. You could set it back to max, I don't mind. That's why I give people control over that stuff. So we should set some parameters here. Let's go back to, let's close out of all this stuff again, because none of this is ever going to work if I keep doing this. There. All right, so we have the server here. Let's load that up, server.js. And I had some code here that's kind of cruft at this point, but I'd copy pasted it all so I can just change it as I please. I think the first thing it should do, I should be able to check what environment I'm on. And so in order to run this, there are a couple things I'm going to need to do. Let's make a file really quickly, run.cmd. We'll just say node main in here, but before this we'll say set rest server port equals 8080. And we'll also say set is AWS equals, do I want to default to false or true here? What we're going to say is AWS equals false, but yeah, let's just do that for now. Good evening, man says, this is a random question. Why does my game load right away when I hit Control-Alt-Delete? If I don't hit Control-Alt-Delete, the game will take over 5 minutes to load. That is very peculiar. What have you written your game in? Would you mind sharing the code or more details about it? And does this happen 100% of the time? What version of Windows are you on? Those are all questions that might help me identify what the issue is, although I'm making no promises. So now run.cmd is just a quick way of running Node without having to type in the environment variables myself. And this is AWS is something that I think for now I'll just assert that it exists. So let's try this out. Let's do const, I don't want to do this. I'd want to pass this into pretty much everything. Is AWS equals process.m.is AWS. Yep. Or we could say, if it's not defined, to assume that we're on AWS. Yeah, let's do that. So let's write some basic code here to try to get our IP address. And this is something that we might want to use net for. Node.js determine IP address. Did I already figure this out? Require os.network interfaces. Go through each of them. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, let me try out this code. I don't need to use strict part there. Can't you send me another token for light? Maybe sometime in the future, but for now, I think other people should eventually get it. It's weird because, like I said, sometimes the Twitch chat library that I'm using can't connect to chat, so it thinks that only like 20, 30 people are in chat right now. Why do I search with Bing? I search with Bing because of the reasons in chat. So I don't actually want to skip over this. I think I want to totally log this. Let's do inspect. Whoa, inspect iFace. So this is going to print out everything. Let's try that out and then do a process.exit 0. Okay, so now when we run this, what do we have here? Wait a second. What did that just print out? This should only be able, wait, what? I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 interfaces. So one is an IPv6 localhost, one is an IPv4 localhost. Then the others are all IPv6 addresses that I don't recognize. Internal false, 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 false. Well, that was probably not something I should have shown on stream, but okay, let's, I think I want the internal addresses here. Okay, so let me copy paste one of the internal ones. That way we can take a look at what this is. Here. And now I can CLS Alt F7. So I can get the address, I can get the IPv4 address no matter what. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. Okay, get internal IPv4 address. We're going to do this code. Interfaces is the OS network interfaces. Yeah. No, I think, see, main shouldn't have this stuff in here. We should put this in shared code. That's like, yeah, let's put this in shared code. That's dead simple. Botland infra, put it in, whoops, not that. Shared, that's going to pop something out, don't care. We'll say, what should I call this? Networking? Networking. Yeah. So let's make something in there. I just am randomly clicking stuff, by the way. I don't know why any of that happened. New text document. We'll say, this is like networkutil.js. Good, so let's include this. We're going to make this function inside of that. So let's get rid of that and this. Cool, put this in here. We're gonna say use strict at the top. Good Union Man says, I mean a commercial game, not my own. It's okay though, I don't really need to know because it only happens when I download it for the first time. It's still strange though. Like I can't think of what interaction could be happening such that that would take place. And yeah, they could be using, like Superman said, some really weird Windows APIs, but I don't know, that's still strange. And I wonder if it only happens when you download it for the first time. It makes me think, is it just coincidental and it just seems like pressing Control Alt Delete does it? I don't know. Yeah, I can't help too much there. So we're going to make a function here and we're going to export it at the bottom of this code. Module.exports equals get internal IP. Actually, we should do it this way. That way we can have a whole lot of these things if we want. Let's format everything there. And what we're going to do, object.keys. So what we could do is we could use Lodash in a library like this, but then we need to install it. Everything needs its own package.json. I don't like that idea. I don't know. I just don't know. Because even on the first install of this, right now, here's what I have. If I go to the logging folder, I have a package.json here. which means the only way to use this shared code is to go into this folder and then do an npm install. I wonder if there's a recursive npm install. Something that'll go into folders that npm help install. This bit isn't going over my head as much. I just don't know JavaScript specifically. Swishy 6, can you show your game so far? Yeah, sure. I'll do that in just a sec. What is this? Run with --L to see more context. Why would it not do that by default? Okay, yeah, I don't know. Whatever. We'll figure that out later. Also, I shouldn't have closed that. Okay, so let me run the game. So everything is launched. Now I just need to do this. Hopefully that worked. Cool. Okay, and what is my CPU usage at? Before we go any further here. Not bad. So, to show you the game completely, I need to log in twice here. So I guess I'll do that. Botland is an online strategy game, and it centers around automation. So most strategy games you interact with directly by clicking a unit and, let's say, making it attack something or move somewhere. In Botland, you write AI for bots, and you do it using various hardware pieces that you have here. So I have lasers and missiles and artillery. I can use any of the things that are in my inventory. So let's say I put, I don't know, landmines, one, and teleport on a bot. And there will eventually be a better UI for this. None of this stuff is final, and I'm going to get to that in hopefully a few months. So I joined the game. I'm now connected on both of these things. So if I wanted to say, hi, it's networked, that's all fine. That works already. And in order to make a bot, the way that this works, let's make a really, really basic bot here. So I'm going to make a lay mine bot, and then I'm going to just teleport. What color am I? I am blue team. So I'm going to just teleport to the right if I can. In fact, let's get rid of this stuff. Let's do movement, teleport to X, Y. We'll say X plus 5. So X plus 5, Y. So all this is going to do, it's going to lay a landmine and then teleport. And then teleport has a cooldown of like a long time. So we should actually really wrap this in a function. If, let's do can teleport. And we'll just duplicate these things so that we don't need to come up with them again. There. So if I can teleport that far away, then teleport. Otherwise, we'll just move randomly. So here's our basic code. I'm going to deploy these bots. I'm going to call them mines bots. And there they are. They lay landmines and they teleport. And if they can't teleport, then they move around. And then on my other client over here, so I can see their enemy mines, so they show up as red. I've got a bunch of different things. Let's just put missiles on artillery. Instead of coming up with a script, I'm just going to put down this script. It's a pre-made one that's given to me by the game. I'll deploy this. And now you can see they're firing missiles and artillery at each other. And if these red bots are stupid enough to walk into landmines, then they will blow up on them. And so eventually the game is going to be a 3 versus 3. And what you'll do is you'll, just like most games, you'll hit, play game. It'll put you into a queue. After some amount of time, it'll have found 5 other players. You'll all get into a game, and you'll work with your 2 other teammates to try to take down the enemies in such a way that you're, like, these are laying landmines, so you probably don't want to use close-range offensive abilities. So you don't want to use melee. You don't want to use anyway, I won't explain the specifics, but you'd see this and you'd say, okay, yeah, we need to use long range against these guys. But then maybe you see something else using a super long range weapon and you want to counter that somehow. So there's a lot of interplay between the hardware that you can use, and the game it's been in development for 5 months and 1 week, excuse me. So there's about another year left before it's done. And hey, Andre, is that the final look, or will you change it? Yeah, it's not the final look. And there's some concept art that's been released, and we're getting some more concept art as things go on. We're eventually going to be switching to the production art for the game. So I'm really excited about all this. It's been fun to watch people play the game. I have some screenshots of people who have played so far. Let me find this for you really quickly. Games, Botland, stream, pre-beta. So I've been taking pictures from the beginning of all of this. And so you can see there were a bunch of people logged in and they were playing, and there's leaderboards and tons of stuff happening. And so let's just skip through some of these and see if there's anything interesting here. So yeah, this is what the game had looked like, a week or two ago when people could actually log in. Everything's kind of broken right now. But yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff you can do. So I'm excited, and we're coding the back end of the game now for the next probably 3 or so months. Also, I desperately need to get water, so I'll be right back. Okay. All right, getting back to what I was doing here. So get internal IPv4 address. We get the interfaces, and then we iterate over all of them. Oh, this is the whole do I want to install Lodash or not? Let me close out of these things because I don't need them running any longer. So yeah, Swishy, hopefully that explains some things. And that, what I just gave you a demo of is a kind of a reiteration of the video about the what is Botland link that I just sent into the chat. Okay, so do I want to put Lodash in here or no? I don't think it's worthwhile enough to do this. Yeah, I think we just use this. So interface name. So interface equals interface name. Cool. And wait, what? There is, each network interface has its own thing in here? Or what? Did I copy paste this twice? What did I do? Maybe I did copy paste it twice. No, there are 2 for eaches. So network interfaces returns an interface itself. And then, oh, right. So this is the interface. Interfaces. These are interface keys. So then these are the interface values. Whatever. Oh, I see this, man. So what we want the internal IPv4 address. So if, and I don't like how this is set up here, so I'm going to change this a little bit. If iface.family.toLowerCase equals IPv4 and iface.internal equals true, then return the address. Cool. And I think based on the way that for each works, I need to return from here as well. And then that would kind of be it. So here's what this is what an interface might look like. Then we can get rid of the rest of this stuff. We don't need alias either. That doesn't need to exist. This doesn't need to exist. So then that's it. Now we have this function, and let's try calling this function from here. So we're going to say, we don't really need to call it from here, but I'm going to do this anyway. Get network util from network util. Then let's try calling this console.log network util dot get internal IPv4 address. So that should print 127.0.0.7. Let's see. Well, what run? I didn't go into the overseer. Cannot find network util. Did I not call it that? What did I call it? Oh, it's in networking, that's why. Interface equals interfaces. Unexpected. Oh, you can't use the word interface. Huh. I want to look up the documentation for this, though, because I don't like how... Got to include OS. There we go. Now it just says undefined. Yep. So this should be able to be printed out here. Found it. iFace.address. And it's so nice to just be able to run stuff. So it did find it. It just can't return it this way. I don't think for each works that way exactly. That must not work that way because, oh, unless I do this too. In which case, yeah, that didn't work. Okay, well, I think I'm just going to iterate over this differently then. And I want to look at the documentation for this. So this comes from OS, so we're going to use dev docs. Swishy says, wow, that art is cool. Is there any way I can watch day one of you making this game? I want to see how you started. Yeah, sure. So if you go to bot.land, you will find all of the different social media links. On there is YouTube. Click YouTube. And then, whoops. And then there is this playlist I'll send you. So the development VODs. What Judge Bacon linked in were the recap videos. Those I record once a week, and I try to make it as quick as possible so that people can get an understanding of how the game is progressing without having to watch everything. If you want to watch just day 2 itself, I don't have the first 10 days. I only have a portion of day 2. And then I started recording all of them, and they're all, I make it a point to try to update as many of these as I can, or upload as many. Sometimes I have to do it manually. Sometimes Twitch screws up. It's like, so yeah. I have up to day 85, and I think, today's day 86, so that it's up to date. Yeah, it is. Okay. So yeah, there's been a lot of time that's been spent on the game so far. Let's look at Node.js/OS. Good. Network interfaces. Get a list of network interfaces. Interesting. So it does return a dictionary. How does for each work on an array in Node? A dot for each return 5. What does this do? Yeah, it doesn't print anything. I think it's when you return false that it does something. So I do console.log e return false, it prints everything. If I say return true, it prints everything. What? I don't think you can bail out of for each then. Huh. Oh, see you, Root Killer. How long do you think that the game will take to finish? I don't know. Ask any questions you want to. I think the game's going to take another 13 months or so to finish. I think part of the issue is, so I'm working on the back end starting about a week ago. That's not entirely true, but starting about a week ago. And I think it's going to take until, what did I say? Let's find out. Yeah, June. So basically no work will be done on the game itself until about June, and that kind of sucks because there's a lot of stuff I want to do, and I originally wanted to get the beta out in August, and I don't think it's going to be possible. Or if it is, it's going to be a much more minimalistic beta than I'd planned on. And then what I wanted to do is spend about 6 months from the beta cleaning things up, just making it into a much nicer game, not adding any new features whatsoever, just polishing things, making it easier to understand. But I don't know. It's all up in the air. But I can't do this forever, so I'm going to have to release at some point. Okay, so moving on here because this needs to work slightly differently. I think I'm going to just do it this way. So let's do for var interface key in interfaces. We'll do this. And this will be interface. Actually, I guess interface name is fine. And then we'll get rid of this stuff. Put this here. Get rid of that. And then finally for this, these are an array, I believe. Yes, they're all arrays. So we'll just say for, so I'll just iterate over it this way. What is this exactly? Network interface dot length const iFace equals that. There. So I hope this works. It better, because I don't want to redo that. Cool, it worked. Great. Looks through all of your network interfaces and finds the internal IPv4 interface. Return a string or undefined if it couldn't find one. The undefined needs to be here. And is that it? I think that's the entire class. That's all I need to write here, except for the found it part. Get rid of that. Okay, cool. What about the new graphics? When will they be added in? I think they'll be added in 4 months from now. And I'm glad you're excited about the beta. One of the things, so 3 days ago, the game was just, you could sign up for it, you could play it. And now, due to some complications that I'll probably go into once I figured them out, you can't play it. So, anyway, I'll look into it hopefully tonight, and maybe I'll be able to figure out why it stopped working. It's not a technical issue, it's a subscription issue. The world revolves around money. So now we have our IPv4 address. If we look at this, we should be able to determine whether or not we're the primary based on our IP. If we are the primary, then see if we're at the latest get state. So yeah, how this determines it's the primary is not necessarily doable until we've started up the server and confirmed other things, such as, is there another server running that thinks it's the primary? And yeah, that's more important than checking our IP address, I think. Maybe, I don't know. I think there's a lot of things that can go wrong here. So whether or not I'm on AWS though is that. Starting up a REST server, starting up a server. Let's cut this stuff out. So none of this should have changed, except for is AWS, which I'm not even using yet. We could put this in here, the REST server. I don't know what would change about the REST server, whether we're AWS or not, but I'll put this here, and we can save this off. And if we need to use it, we can use it. So port is a number, and is AWS is if true, we're on AWS. It's a stupid way of saying things because it's not just production or development. It's like AWS has a very specific way of doing things. We need to be able to figure that out. So what do I do at this point? I guess put that there first of all. I don't know if this is true. Perhaps the overseer first tries to connect to another overseer. If that works, then it asks the other overseer if... Actually, if you're the second one to connect, then that means that you are not the primary. And promotion to primary needs to happen at some point too. Failover scenario, promotion to primary. Also, is there any way I can do this? Yeah, and by the way, thank you everyone who's following. That's very nice. And I think my bot is currently not giving out the follower reward of light control. So if you come back tomorrow or the next day, or you know what, let me check something out. Who were the last people to get it? No, people are getting it. It's just happening very slowly. So you can see Rarinator, that's Bamboo, Mr. what, Kugi? Not sure how you pronounce that, but so people are getting access to this stuff. And Good Evening Man was able to control them. Well, to give you... Yeah. I'll figure it out tomorrow if it hasn't happened yet. So when the overseer starts, you should be able to identify whether it's the primary or not based on its IP. Yeah. Then ask the other overseer if that one is the primary. If neither one is, then it's based on IP address. Maybe I'm going about doing this wrong. Maybe the very first thing that should be done when it starts is to try to connect to the other overseer and exchange whatever information it can about it. Maybe that's a better idea, which I already have that thing set up So I could drop in that code. Maybe the best thing to do when the overseer starts is to try to connect to the other end overseer. That way communication can happen as soon as possible. I think that makes the most sense. And I think having a REST server started on this is, yeah. So I think connecting to the other overseer is the most important thing. So this thing I wrote in network util, I guess we can check that in and just say it's not being used right now. So let's commit it. Let's check for something really fast. Actually, go back to here. Gulp lint. Is there anything wrong with the code I wrote in util? No, just server, which I haven't checked in yet. That's okay. So wrote a function to obtain the internal IPv4 address of an endpoint of the current machine. Okay, so main doesn't do anything differently. I don't need to worry about that. I don't need to worry about this really. Network util. I'm just checking this in. 36 lines of code. Okay, whatever. Now this, connecting to the overseer. And this may take longer than I have time for right now because it's getting close to the end of the day. Although, man, is there a lot of work to do. So, this particular server, what is this and how do we reuse this in a good way? We need to design this a little bit before proceeding. I will need a TCP connection open not just to the other overseer, but to any other endpoint, any other mission critical endpoint, e.g. the matchmaking service or the REST servers. The REST servers are mission critical in that at least one needs to exist. But eventually when there's 2 or 3 behind a load balancer, maybe with auto scaling, I don't know how important it is for me to manage those. However, considering that the matchmaking service also needs to keep track of game servers, I guess I need to consider what an endpoint is. Type is either matchmaker, REST, game, overseer client maybe for the game, something like that. What are the things you're trying to do today, like in the game? Oh, so I usually have a today command, and so that links to DevOps, which so they're both of those for you. And how will you earn money from this game if it's going to be free? That is something that I have an out of date page on how I was planning on earning money, but we've just revised this as of like a week ago. So I want to make a blog post. In fact, I might start to work on that tonight maybe. I don't know. I was just saying how I've got to tone down the amount of work I'm doing after hours, and now I'm talking about writing a blog post. Well, anyway, okay, so this page, here's what's going to change in short. Additional bot bays will no longer be a thing. So you can pretty much just ignore the entire thing about bot bays. It's going to be just salvage packs. And that's it. That's all you can spend on the game. And so this hasn't been updated. This was written on December 8th, and it was true right up until about a week ago. So an endpoint has a type. It has a socket. No, it doesn't have a socket open to it. A health or last health check or something like that. This is not always a socket. Could just be a REST API. What else do we need to know here? Whether it's online or not, maybe state online or offline. And Swishy, you should just start. Check this out. There you go. So Swishy, assuming you're at a computer right now, not at a phone or a tablet, I suggest you click that link and in the next 3 minutes, start reading it. Like, don't put it off. Don't put it on a to-do list or anything. Just start learning. Why not start now? Okay. So opening the one up to the overseer is roughly the same way. Although in order for this to work, there are a couple of things. One, let's go take a look at server.js. This opens up, this does two things. It creates a server for us. It sets up the handlers for it, which would all be part of creating a server. And then it establishes a connection to the other server. So here I can say, combine this into setup server handlers as well. There should be one constructor level function called for that. Is that all you use to learn? No. So it's funny because a lot of the questions you're asking are things that I've answered a lot of times, and so that's why I have commands for them. So you're essentially interacting with my bot. But no, I think in general, programming is a whole lot of just, you learn something, you try it out, you find out there's so much you don't know, and then you go tackle the next thing. You learn that, you try it out, you learn there's so much that you don't know, and you go just keep doing that. And at some point, several years in, you'll think, why can't I just use what I've learned and not just continually learn new stuff? And I think that's just technology. You'll use the same technology for maybe 2 or 3 years. Something will change about it. A new version will be released. You'll go try that out. There's some new methodology, some new, I don't know, even, what's it called? The software development life cycle. That changes over the years too. There's so much changes. And it's good. It's fun. It's what keeps you engaged and interested. Is the code you're doing called Python? No, it's JavaScript. Combine this into setup server handlers. Yeah. Let me think about this. The best thing to do when the overseer starts is try to connect to the other overseer. That way communication can happen as soon as possible. I think the first thing here is, yeah, connect to the other one first, then start our own server, or start our no, yeah, that can't work. We have to start our own server first. I don't know. Or start our server first, but don't accept traffic on it yet. There's a lot to figure out. And I think I'm going to end up hitting analysis paralysis here if I just keep expanding my to-do list and not starting to code something and just figuring out what's going wrong and what's working. Like I think I can get the overseer finished by the end of this week, but it's going to continually get fleshed out. So it's not fair to say I can finish it. It can't be finished until I have everything else working too. What else do I do? Also, let me see. Yeah, 7 hours and 53 minutes. That makes sense. I was gonna say I'm probably gonna stay online for another 10 minutes or so, which means I don't think there's gonna be a whole lot of code done in that time. It's gonna be planning and just talking. Are you currently making an income from Botland? No, I myself have no income. I have a wife; she has an income, but I don't make ad money. I don't make donation money. There's no subscribe button. How long does Code Academy go on for? I suggest just trying it out, but as far as how long it goes on for, like a week or two maybe. The course I listed, there are courses on it. I don't know how long that one will take you, and I don't know how long you could spend just learning Python on that site. I don't know how extensive it is. Pink lights women is boss there. Adam skipped over my hilarious reference. Wait, my CS 101 professor recommended abstracting your project. I've probably forgotten the context of what that's responding to. I don't know. Yeah, it's this whole startup flow I want to think about some more. an overseer comes online, and I could tell it. In fact, maybe I start the REST API up immediately. Start the REST API immediately. That way I can git/set state. The REST server should know about the current state of traffic. Good job, Juan. It was a good reference. Is all you're using JavaScript? It's JavaScript, it's HTML, it's all the things you'd expect if you were coding JavaScript. But is there another language like C++ in there or something? No. Actually, did I use anything else? I think it's just JavaScript right now. Yeah. Start with the REST API immediately. That way I can get/set state. Which will be important if I'm managing all of this remotely. So when I start something up, it's either me starting it directly, in which case I wonder I could set, yeah, you know what, I could set an environment variable. Did I write something about I could even just change environment variables. That's probably riskier. Yeah, no, saving something to disk is better. Oh, so much to do. So, okay, keeping track of traffic state. Let's see what we got so far. So main.js, we start up a new REST server, and we do this regardless of whether we're going to accept traffic or not. But then the REST server itself and all of its routes needs to know, am I accepting traffic? Which is probably going to be middleware, actually. Yeah, maybe we do that. Okay, let's do this. Check accepting traffic. So on some of these routes, check is accepting traffic middleware. Rec-res next. So this could reach out to, let's say, main and figure out what the traffic situation is. We could pass in a function for it to get, or we could just pass in a class. Yeah, this is going to be the orchestrator of all this stuff. So is accepting traffic. Let's just make this say return false for right now. And then in, how are we going to do this? And the REST server will take in this dot is accepting traffic dot bind this. And then we take in that function is accepting traffic function, save that off too. And then down here in the middleware that we want, we can say if this dot is accepting traffic, then return next. Otherwise, logger.error. Got network traffic when we weren't expecting it. I don't know what we logged there exactly. Okay, and that's it. So now let's use this everywhere. I'll put this here. And it should go here too. Okay. So, oh, and we should probably print out errors if any of this stuff happens. Like, yeah, let's do that. Rest.send. So got network traffic when we weren't expecting it. This would have to go, this has to go first. You should return something in a 404. Yeah, that's what I was actually just thinking right there. And I want to return, I think, 500 to all of these things. HTTP status codes. Yeah, here we go. 500 is internal server error because we don't want to reveal any information to outside nodes. I guess if we made sure that you're internal, then no, we can return what it actually needs to be. So this will be internal server error. Fine, let's do that. Rest.send 500 error was not expecting network traffic. And then here we'll say external IP address found for internal. So this could be a 404 or something else. Auth, network authentication. What was it? Unauthorized 401. You are using an external IP for an internal API. Is that revealing too much information? I guess you can find out that this port is open. No, you probably couldn't even do that. Keep it 404 so they don't think anything is there. And make for Minecraft says, how did you learn to program and what code is this? I learned to program, so I have this thing here, Adam's code journey, make for Minecraft. And this is JavaScript, and everyone says keep it 404 so they don't think anything is there. But here's the thing, I'm already like, oh no, maybe I won't do that. Yeah, I think you're right. I think this just needs to be a 404. But if it returns, can't leak any information here. Yeah. Okay, so our middleware has this stuff now. So now we'll have broken everything, which is a good thing because that's what I'm testing right now. So if I run this and oh, that's not the run I want to do. If I run this, missing, oh great, I forgot a parenthesis. Oh, what? That was weird. Okay, cool. So now let's try getting this, and it says error was not expecting network traffic. So here was an API that we were supposed to be able to access, whereas /test is something that we can't. Oh, that's not good. That's definitely not good. Internal only, internal API only. Oh wait, no, I'm accessing this from, no, this is wrong. External. What? Yeah, what? /test. Right here. Well, that's weird. Did I type something wrong? Huh. Oh, make for Minecraft says you type so fast. Yeah, that's how fast I type that video. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong here. /test should be something that says internal API only. So you know what? Let's do this. Let's only ever 404 out of this thing. So now we hit send, and yeah, we got a 404. So I am screwing something up. The remote address. Oh, weird. Yeah, what's going on here? Logger.info, remote address. What happened here? Oh, it's. Oh, right. No, I already determined this earlier. Yeah, yeah, never mind. That was stupid. Forget this. Forget I said anything. There wasn't any question, everyone. I was just being dumb. I literally know nothing about coding, so it doesn't matter one bit. I think coding words per minute is very different from, let's say, English words per minute. Like if you're typing out a function and you need to get the what do you call these? I guess punctuation correct, or oops, or whatever it is you're trying to do. You know, var a equals 5. Just typing that stuff out is very different from English. So this will only. This middleware only succeeds if we're expecting web traffic at the time. So there we go. Do you have input on blue switches versus brown on keyboards? I don't think I've used brown switches for anything longer than, let's say, 5 minutes. So I am currently using like just a rubber dome keyboard, And I've had this sitting on my bed ever since I brought this out from earlier, but this was my blue switch keyboard. I don't know why I left it out that whole time. Okay, so this has a way of checking whether we can accept traffic. It's not a great way of doing it right now, but it's at least a start. And we have the is AWS thing in here too. So I might as well put that this is a function here. App param function is this function lets us know whether we're accepting traffic or not. Let's get rid of that. We'll save these things off. I don't think it's worth having spaces there. So back in main, dummy function for now that will let us know whether we can accept traffic. I don't like capitalized booleans. Let's get rid of that stuff. Okay, well, that's pretty much everything I was already just doing. So now we just say, sorry, there's no traffic. You can't do this thing. You had access to it, but we're just not expecting traffic at this time. So now if we were to change this thing to true and then rerun this one more time, hit send, we now get our hello message. So this works. Okay, let's check this in, and then I think that's all for today. It's been a little over 8 hours. Why do I keep doing this? This is not even the right code to check in. Is accepting traffic, good. So there is now an environment variable that will keep track of whether you're running on AWS or if you're running locally. There's that. The other thing is main.js defines a function called is accepting traffic. If hard-coded to return false, it will prevent the REST APIs from, it will cause the REST APIs to return an error. Stuff is happening in the background. Yeah, my wife has a friend over, and the kitchen is very close to where I'm computing right now. And let's see. So yeah, I think this stuff's good. And then run now takes in, oh, why does that happen? Run.cmd takes in this. Yeah, looks good. And then finally server, we're still not going to use. So I think all this stuff is fine. And I can push this without having to turn off my keyboard camera because I finally set up the SSH agent. Oh, that's it. Today was some more documentation. We actually started to work on the overseer. The overseer does very, very little right now, but hey, I got the framework set up, and that's pretty important. I think tomorrow what's going to happen is I'll work on getting the overseer to communicate with themselves, so the primary and the secondary. I'll hopefully work on failovers or upgrading, maybe even testing, and then the next endpoint in the system. And that's it. So I hope you all had fun watching, and I hope to see you tomorrow. And it's going to be a crazy 3 or 4 months. Lots of stuff to do. Also, I don't have a keyboard cam. People have requested it, and they've said they found it interesting and everything. So I will keep it on. So thanks for watching, everyone. See you tomorrow. Bye, everyone.